Hey everyone, just a reminder to subscribe. I think about Fort Leavenworth every time the news gets heavy with war. Not because I have bad memories of it. I don't, mostly. My father was Army, and we lived on base in Kansas for 2 years when I was 6 and 7, the years he was deployed to the Gulf. My mother held everything together, the way military wives hold everything together, which is to say completely and without making it look like effort, even when I was old enough to see the effort underneath. She was 28 years old and alone with a first grader in base housing, and she never once let me see her afraid. I felt it anyway, though. Children always do. I don't know how to describe what I started noticing in that house, except to say that it was a feeling, not frightening. An important distinction, I think. Everything that followed has a shape that could easily be misread, but it wasn't frightening. It was the opposite of frightening. A warmth that arrived without a source. A settling. The specific sensation of being held without anyone's arms around you. It came in moments of particular stress. When my mother was on the phone with news about my father that she was trying to receive calmly. When I woke in the night, missing him, with the specific missing of a 6-year-old who doesn't have language for that kind of grief yet. When the house felt too big and too quiet, and my mother's footsteps down the hall were the only sound keeping me anchored. In those moments, something would arrive, warm and steady, and without explanation. Though in retrospect, I think those feelings were the explanation. But I didn't question it the way an older child might have. I was 6. It felt the way things feel when you're 6. Simply true. Present. A fact of the house the way the color of the walls was a fact of the house. I didn't tell my mother. I don't know why. It felt like something that was mine. Something that lived in a frequency of my own quiet fear and showed up to answer it. The nightmare happened in January. I remember because it was so cold. I don't remember what the dream was, only the feeling of it. The specific terror of a 6-year-old's bad dream, it has no real logic, but it arrives with absolute conviction. I woke up crying that started before I was fully conscious. I called for my mother, how children often call, urgently, certain that she would come. The word mom, carrying everything I needed it to carry. She didn't come immediately. She was at the far end of the house, and I was 6, and those seconds felt very long. He was standing at the foot of my bed. A man. A soldier. I understood immediately. Something in the way he stood. It reminded me of my father in uniform. I felt that recognition before I saw the details. He was tall, with a coat that was the color of a night sky just before full dark. A deep blue, brass buttons catching with little light that came through the curtains. A hat with a brim that he wore straight and low. The coat had this cut to it, formal, structured. Nothing I associated with my father's uniform or any uniform I'd seen on base. But the soldier was looking at me. Not at the room and not past me, but really looking at me. With the direct and gentle attention of someone who's arrived specifically for you and wants you to know it. It's odd how you can feel all of these things without any words being expressed. His expression was, well, I've searched for this word for 30 years, I think. It was content. The expression of someone who was exactly where they were meant to be and felt no urgency about it. I stopped crying. I don't think because I was frightened into silence, but because the feeling came. The same warmth that had been arriving in my difficult moments for months. The sensation of being held without arms. The settling. It was coming from him. I understood that the moment we looked at each other. How you understand things at 6 without needing the understanding to be logical. My mother finally came through the door. She turned the light on. She came to me and held me and asked what was wrong. I looked at the foot of my bed and he was gone. I must have missed him disappearing. But the room was ordinary. My mother's arms around me and her voice asking if I'd had a bad dream. I said yes, but I didn't say anything else. I thought about him for years. The man in the blue coat, the brass buttons, his expression, and mainly the feeling that had arrived in quiet moments of our life on base, and then revealed its source in the light from the hallway at the foot of my bed. I carried him carefully, privately, occasionally examining him and then putting him back away again in my memory. I was in college when I finally looked it up. Civil War era Union Army dress uniform. The deep blue coat, the brass buttons, the cut in the brim of the hat. It was all there in the photographs, on men who had worn it in the war that ended 100 years before I was even born. Fort Leavenworth had been established in 1827. The grounds had absorbed nearly 2 centuries of service and loss by the time my mother and I lived there. Whatever had been in that house had been there long before us. I've thought about why he came and what in that house, or what frequency of my mother's worry or a small girl's unspoken grief would have called something. Could it have called to something that had been on those grounds for generations? I don't obviously have an answer that satisfies me completely, or that would satisfy everyone. Only the memory of a warmth that arrived in hard moments, without being summoned, and a man in a blue coat at the foot of my bed. I remember his look of contentment, of someone who understood exactly what it meant to wait for someone to come home. My father came home in the spring. He walked through the door in his uniform and I ran to him and he caught me. And I remember thinking the feeling was the same. The warmth, the settling. The sensation of being held by something larger than you that means you no harm. The news has been heavy lately. There are soldiers somewhere being asked to do what soldiers are being asked to do. And somewhere, there are children in houses feeling that weight of a parent's absence. When I feel the news getting heavy, I think about Fort Leavenworth. I think about whatever was in that house with us, responding to something it recognized across a century and a half of distance. I hope it's still there. I hope it still shows up. Some places remember what it means to wait, and I think that's one of them. I've been selling real estate in the same county for 19 years, and somewhere around year 6 or 7, I developed a rule that I've never broken since. I don't ask sellers why they're leaving a house unless they bring it up first. It sounds like a small thing, but it isn't. Most agents ask out of habit or nosiness or genuine rapport building, and most of the time the answer is boring. Job relocation, divorce, downsizing, a death that's sad but ordinary. I stopped asking because twice early in my career, I got an answer that wasn't any of those things, and I didn't know what to do with it either time, so I decided the safer move was to just not go looking. You learn things anyway, doing this long enough. Sellers won't go back inside the house once it's staged. Buyers won't walk into a bedroom or go quiet in a specific way that's different from admiring quiet. Houses that sit on the market 11, 14 months in an area where nothing sits longer than 60 days. And everyone in the office has a theory about the septic or the school district, and nobody says the other thing out loud because saying it out loud in this business is bad for everyone's numbers. I'd learned to work around all of that. Show the house, don't ask the question, let the buyers decide what they're comfortable with. It had gotten me through 19 years without much trouble, or at least without trouble I let myself name as trouble. The Hollis Street house, well, it broke that streak. It was a smaller listing, 4-bed colonial. It had come to us through a real estate agent. Elderly owner had passed, kids out of state and wanting a quick, clean sell. Nothing about the paperwork suggested anything except the ordinary sadness of a family closing out a parent's life. I did the walkthrough alone before the first showing, which I always do, checking that staging was right, lights were working, nothing left behind that shouldn't be. The house felt fine. There was no warning, nothing like a cold room or bad feeling on the stairs. Nothing that would have tipped whatever instinct I've built up over 19 years of walking into strangers' homes. It felt like an old house that had once been well-loved and recently emptied, which is its own kind of quiet, but not a wrong one. I was upstairs, checking the primary bedroom, when I heard the back door open and close. Down on the main floor, not loudly, just that double sound of a door swinging and latching. The sound you'd recognize instantly in your own house, and you don't think twice about anywhere else either, because doors open and close constantly during a showing and buyers wander. Except I was alone. This first showing wasn't for another 40 minutes. I went down and checked. The back door was locked, deadbolt thrown, exactly the way I'd left it when I did my walkthrough. I stood in the kitchen for a minute, running through the ordinary explanations. The door not sitting right in the frame, pressure differential. A draft doing something I'd misheard in 2 distinct sounds. I've talked myself out of stranger things than that before a showing, and I did it again. I let the first buyers in on schedule and got through the day just fine. But it happened at the second showing, too. Different part of the house. This time it was upstairs. The sound of the primary bedroom's closet door. That specific catch that it had, opening and closing. While I was down in the kitchen with buyers looking at cabinet space. I excused myself, went up, found it shut, same as I'd left it. But as I walked away, I felt what I can only describe as 3 fingers brushing across my neck. I shivered and almost screamed. Instead, I turned around, and there was nothing there. I was a bit shaken, I'm not gonna lie, but I couldn't leave the buyers alone for much longer. The fourth showing, it was a few days after the last. I'd stopped explaining it to myself, and I started just working around it. I'd hear a door somewhere in the house while I was elsewhere. Check when I got a chance, always find everything exactly as it should be. And keep the tour moving. It happened like this several times. Buyers never seemed to notice, or if they did, they filed it the same way that I once had. House settling, old door, nothing worth mentioning to the agent. The house sold in 11 weeks, which was slower than the average for the street, but nothing anyone would flag as unusual. Young couple, first house. Closing went smooth. I did my final walkthrough with them 2 days before closing. Empty house, just the 3 of us, and an inspector's checklist. I remember standing in the kitchen at the end of it, listening for a door that I fully expected to hear and getting nothing. Total quietness. For the first time since I'd taken the listing. I broke my rule at the closing table. I don't fully know why. 19 years of not asking, and something about that particular quiet undid it. I asked the adult daughter, the one handling the estate, whether her parents had ever mentioned anything odd about the house. Doors, mostly. I said it carefully, testing whether it was a question that was safe before fully committing to asking it. She didn't look surprised. She said her mother used to talk about her late husband still keeping the place buttoned up, checking the doors were locked at night, the way he had every night for 40 years before he passed, and that her mother used to hear him sometimes, years afterward. Found it more comforting than frightening. She said it lightly, the way you'd repeat a parent's harmless quirk, not expecting it to land as anything but a nice story about a marriage. I decided not to tell her about my own showings. There wasn't a version of that conversation that would have helped either of us, and closing day isn't the place for it, regardless. I still don't ask the question, though, as a rule. But I do think about the daughter's easy, unbothered version of what I'd heard, and I wonder sometimes if that's the actual difference between a haunting and a haunting that scares you. Whether the presence in the walls is still doing the last ordinary thing it ever did in life out of habit or love, or whether the fear is really just a failure of information on the part of whoever's listening. I don't know. I don't even know if that makes sense, but I know that I check my own doors twice before bed, which I never used to do. I tell myself that it's unrelated, but I don't know. I've spent 20 years studying New England maritime history. Stood in the holds of restored schooners, cataloged ship chandlery inventories from the 1800s, and sat through more lectures on coastal trade routes than I can count without losing focus somewhere around the third slide. I say this so that it's better understood when I tell you the lecture at the Bates ship chandlery in Cohasset was one of the most significant evenings of my professional life. I'm not being dramatic. Though, not for the reasons I expected, which is the story. The chandlery sits on Elm Street in Cohasset's downtown village, a 2-story framed structure that was originally located on the waterfront before being moved to its present location in 1957. And yes, you're going to get a history lesson with me. It's almost impossible not to. So, it houses displays on the town's maritime heritage and is owned by the Cohasset Historical Society. Built in the mid-18th century, it was once owned and operated by the Bates family, most notably John Bates, who died 78 years before my visit and by all accounts had been a significant local figure. Fleet owner, businessman, a man whose name stays on a building long after he's gone. I was there for a lecture on old sailing vessels hosted by the Historical Society. About 40 of us, historians, local enthusiasts, a few people who'd clearly wandered in out of genuine curiosity rather than professional interest. It was a mixture audience. A mixture that assembles around niche historical content in small New England towns. We were seated on the ground floor, the speaker at the front. The atmosphere was exactly what you'd expect on a Tuesday evening in a 2-century-old building in coastal Massachusetts. It was pleasant, slightly drafty, the smell of old wood doing the work that ambiance usually requires effort to create. The speaker was maybe 15 minutes in. Something about rigging configurations on mid-19th century fishing vessels, when I heard something. Footsteps overhead. Not subtle. Not the settling creak of old timber contracting in the evening air. Footsteps that were heavy, deliberate, masculine in a way that weight and pace can be masculine. Moving across the floor above us with the unhurried confidence of someone who knew exactly where they were going. The lecturer paused mid-sentence. I watched his eyes go to the ceiling, and then back to his notes, and then to the ceiling again. Someone in the front row turned around and looked at me. Not because I was anyone in particular, but I was just the person behind them, the nearest available face to check. Their expression asked a question they weren't ready to ask out loud. I gave them nothing back because I didn't have anything to give. I did know that there was, and shouldn't be, anyone above us. But they continued, back and forth, across the upper floor with that same deliberate weight, the boards registering each step in a way that put the size and density of whoever was walking beyond reasonable doubt. Not a small person, not an animal. And this wasn't the building doing what buildings do. Someone up there, moving through the space above 40 people who had come to hear about 19th century sailing vessels, and were now sitting very still, listening to something else entirely. The curator who had introduced the lecture was standing to the side of the room. I watched her face while the footsteps continued, and what I saw was not alarm, but this specific expression of someone who's heard this before and is calculating how to handle it in front of an audience. She caught me watching her, and I held the gaze for a moment, and then looked away. That look told me more than anything else that evening. The footsteps stopped. I was far more focused on what was happening with the curator than the speaker, and I could see security making their way upstairs, beyond the tape and rope that had kept the rest of us out. There was a silence that followed after the footsteps stopped. It had a different texture than the silence before them. It was heavier. This was the collective silence of 40 people, deciding how to address what they heard. Or were they going to allow the collective fiction that nothing unusual had occurred to hold? The lecturer cleared his throat. He found his place in his notes, and he continued talking about the rigging. Nobody said anything. I've thought about that a lot since. The social machinery that kicks in when a group of people experience something that doesn't fit the available frameworks. Nobody wanted to be the first to say what we'd all just heard. The room simply absorbed it and moved on, and I sat in my chair with my notebook open and didn't write a single thing for the rest of the lecture. Afterward, I spoke to the curator. I kept it professional, asked about the history of the upper floor, whether it was accessible during events, why it was closed, whether there was typically anyone up there during these lectures. She answered equally as carefully. She was giving me accurate information without being forthcoming. The upper floor was not in use that evening, closed off to the public. There was no one up there, not tonight, and not usually. I asked if this had happened before. The footsteps. She smiled in a way that suggested the question was not as unusual as I might have hoped. She said the steps had been heard many times over the years. Always heavy, always above, and always moving with that particular sense of purpose. She mentioned John Bates. Died 78 years before my visit. Had run his business in that building for decades. Had known every inch of it. She said it like she was trying to lead me to something without saying it. I drove back to Boston that night. I sat for a long time. I couldn't sleep. 20 years in maritime history. I've documented the ordinary and the extraordinary, and I've learned to tell them apart without much difficulty. What I heard above 40 people in a 2-century-old ship chandlery in Cohasset, that wasn't ordinary. I think that was a man who knew the building the way that you know a place you've spent your entire life in, moving through it with the ease of someone who never needed to think about where he was going. He always knew. John Bates, by all accounts, was a man of considerable purpose. Apparently, that hasn't changed, even in death. I tend to book a lot of Airbnbs for work. I do site visits for a furniture company, 3-4 cities a month, always somewhere new. You stop being precious about it after a while. You just want clean sheets and decent Wi-Fi. The place in Millbrook looked fine, converted farmhouse. Exposed beams, 5 stars, cozy and quiet. That's the description. Which should have tipped me off because quiet is doing a lot of work in that sentence. When you actually get there and realize there's nothing around for 2 miles in any direction. I got in late, dropped my bag, went straight to bed. First night was nothing. Slept like I was dead. I remember thinking that exact phrase in the morning and laughing at myself a little for it. The second night, I woke up around 3 a.m. because the room had gotten awfully cold. Not a drafty cold, but a cold where you could see your breath, which I could see. A thin fog hanging in front of my face. In a bedroom that had been warm enough to sleep on top of the covers just hours earlier. I sat up and the room looked normal. Same beams, same ugly floral curtains, and same suitcase open on the chair where I'd left it. And then something pressed down on the mattress beside me. Not beside me, I should be clear. The mattress dipped right next to my leg, the way it does when someone sits down on the edge of the bed. I felt the give of it through the sheet. I felt my own leg roll slightly toward the new weight. There was nothing there. I could see the spot. There was nothing, but there was a dip, and it was holding, like an invisible person sitting patiently, waiting for me to notice them properly. I didn't scream. And I've thought about this hundreds of times since, and I still don't fully understand my own reaction. I just went completely still. Kind of like when a bee lands on you, or there's some sort of ancient logic telling you that stillness is safer than screaming or panicking. Then, whatever it was, touched my hand. Cold fingers, unmistakably fingers, wrapped around my wrist for maybe 2 full seconds. Not gripping hard, it was almost gentle, the way you'd hold someone's wrist to check a pulse. I got my hand back and I was off of that bed and out of that bedroom so fast, I don't actually remember standing up. I legit sat in my rental car in the driveway until sunrise, with the doors locked and the heat running. And when the sky started going gray, I went back in, only long enough to grab my bag from the doorway. Not the bedroom, the doorway. Because I'd thrown it in there on my way out. I left a review. I kept it vague. Not for me, wouldn't recommend for solo stays, but I still gave him 5 stars. Because I didn't think anyone would believe the real version anyways. Honestly, some mornings, I'm still not sure I can believe it myself. Except my wrist. There was a bit of a mark on my wrist by that afternoon. Perfectly spaced like fingertips. Right where I'd felt the grip. I desperately wish I would have saved a photo or taken one. But even then, who's to say anyone would believe me? It's pretty outrageous on its own, but it's also true. If we were to shake hands, you may or may not notice that I'm missing my ring and middle finger. I've gotten pretty good at hiding it over the years, but I've gotten even better at embracing it. When people ask, I tell them that I had an accident with a garbage disposal when I was little, and that is technically what happened. But the how and the why is a disputed topic between me and my mom. Her logic falls short, but she drags it across the finish line with pure stubbornness. I guess I do the same thing as well with my convictions. And she wonders where I get it from. Her name's Latrice, but family and friends shortened it up to Tracy since before I was born, and this story is as much about her as it is me. A smart, beautiful woman who's absolutely unmovable when she puts her foot down on a topic. I learned to navigate my arguments with strategic procedure, like a debate. The garbage disposal accident wasn't debatable. However, she simply refused to believe me when I told her that I wasn't able to reach the switch that had turned the disposal on. She said I wasn't being honest about that, insinuating that I might be too embarrassed to explain what really happened. Nobody was saying that I did something that horrific to myself on purpose. I could have bumped something that flipped the switch. I knew more than anyone in the room exactly how it happened. The fact that nobody believed me was partially from my mom's boisterous dismissal in the room with the doctors. And what I was telling them was that I thought our house was haunted, and by a mean ghost. The only way I would have gotten the doctors to believe me was if my mom had my back and said, yeah, there's been a couple of things that we've experienced since moving in. But that meant that she would have had to admit it to herself, a truth that she'd been denouncing since the first box was unpacked. Sitting on the hospital bed with a few pounds of gauze wrapped around my hand and a painkiller beginning to creep up my toes with a doling cue, I was still able to perfectly detail what happened. But it was chronicled as a fictitious story made up by a scared little three-fingered girl. It didn't matter. Them believing me wouldn't have changed the outcome. But what hurt more than the spinning blades was how my mom treated the situation, putting on a shock and awe, almost disciplinary show for the nurses, when she knew I would have never been able to reach my right arm inside the kitchen sink while still being able to reach over far enough and tap the switch. Why would she think I'd intentionally do that? I was able to ask her this in between naps and the drool-inducing pills I took to subdue the throbbing pain that stagnated my waking moments of clarity. Looking back on it today, I'm sure she herself was reacting out of the same embarrassment that she'd projected onto me. No doubt that it was a horrible way to handle that emotion in public. I'd even go so far as to say that it was one of the worst options she could have chosen in my time of need. Her frustration left an odd resentment that I'd pack away until my journey into motherhood finally allowed me to at least understand her a little better. When my son got his first real shiner from a pop-fly baseball, the little goof tried catching it with his face instead of the glove I bought him. Take off the baseball gear and put him in regular kid clothes. It looked like one of those magazine ads, with the trembling child being eclipsed by the adult silhouette with its arm raised. And to the public, I was the silhouette. You wouldn't believe the amount of sneers and dirty looks I got when I took him into the grocery store with me. It was humiliating, but unlike my mom, I didn't blame him for my blood boiling every time someone would whisper to their husband or wife as they pointed at me like I beat my kids, debating amongst themselves if they should step in and ask the poor child if mommy hits with an open or closed hand. I couldn't tell everyone we'd passed that I'm not a bad mom, my kid just sucks at baseball. Long story short on that one, we found out he was terribly nearsighted. Instead of a glove, I should have been getting him glasses. I asked why he didn't tell me that he couldn't see. He said that he thought that it was what everyone saw. Made sense to me. So we got him glasses. Problem solved. The childhood issue that had resulted in the injury that I'd get, that made my mom feel like a bad parent, well, it wasn't so A to B. We lived in a low-income housing area when I was young, and we were surviving off of my mom's disability, while slowly draining through the money that was put into savings from a malpractice lawsuit she'd received a few years earlier. Nowadays, she says that house was a squalor. But I was old enough to remember how proud she was to hold the keys in her hand for the first time. This was right after, near the end of her and my dad breaking things off, because they'd constantly be arguing on the phone. When we first moved in, we didn't have a lot of furniture, so the sound of their back and forth would echo off the walls and fold back onto itself. The house held a heavy air both of us could feel. Tracy's instinctive resilience was a necessity for us to acclimate there. She bent over backwards, trying to remain positive and optimistic around me. But I could hear what she really thought when she'd have her nightly sparring session with my dad over the phone. Tracy hated where we lived. She hated the gunshots that she'd have to tell me were fireworks every night. She hated having to do it alone. Hope was like lighting a candle to warm the house. The dancing flicker was a nice distraction in the dark, but it provided no relief from the impenetrable cold. I'd consider this period in our lives more than a struggle. It was an oppressive emotional weight that soaked into our molecules, long before the source made itself known with an act of malicious intent. This involved a box of nails and a story I wouldn't get till much later. My mom had left them sitting on a counter in a perfectly reasonable way. She'd hung up some picture frames before taking a shower. Midway through her shower, she heard an indistinguishable crash through the water, rushing down her ears. It was an isolated single noise that came with a trickled resonance she would have only been able to hear with the shower off. To her, it sounded like a picture frame had come loose. Nothing worth cutting the shower short to investigate. But then the lights in the bathroom turned off, and the bright glare behind her eyelids snapped to pitch black. She opened her eyes, but it made no difference. Then a steady rumble of the pipes died instantly, replaced by a jarring silence. The only sound left was the erratic drips of the shower head slowing down, echoing like a ticking clock against a wet tub. The blackness was briefly interrupted when the bulbs performed a series of 3 quick, bright flashes, 3 slow ones, and then 3 more quick bursts before staying out permanently. Reaching out blindly, her slick palm skidded against the wall until she found her towel and wrapped it tightly around herself. A cold trickle of water ran down the back of her neck, but the chill that anchored her to the spot had nothing to do with the shower. Her shiver was as much from tension as it was from fear. Fumbling her way to the bathroom door, she turned the knob and pulled it open. The air felt different. Colder, stiller, almost expectant. My snoring and the faint high hum of electrical appliances were the things producing sound in the house as Tracy stretched her arm out to flip on the hallway light. The switch was located just outside the bathroom door, requiring some effort to lean out and tap. This half-hearted lean that she made potentially saved her from a surprise ER visit of her own, because when she took that tentative step forward into the dark, her bare, wet sole stuck faintly to the hardwood. It was a shuffle that bumped her lead foot into a cluster of small, hard, metallic objects. It sounded like rain on a tin roof when they all fell, shattering the quiet like breaking glass. Tracy recoiled, instantly pulling her leg back to the bath mat. Slowly, she dropped to one knee and blindly swept her hand inches above the floorboards. Her fingertips brushed against the thin, cold metal that had scattered seemingly everywhere she felt. Leaning back, she grabbed her Motorola flip phone and opened it to use the soft glow of the screen for illumination. Leaning lower, her eyes straining against the pitch-black void, she hovered it centimeters above the ground. A narrow beam of soft green light barely touched the ground. It was enough for her to see dozens of long iron nails that reflected the light back. The majority of them dispersed right outside the bathroom door, where she'd nearly stepped. Then the shower jolted back to life, along with all of the electricity in the house. That's when she could see the actual amount of nails that had spilled from the box into the hallway. She cautiously stepped around the nails and noticed that the box was still on the banister, where she'd put it. The only difference now was that the contents were all over the ground. The box didn't look like it had spilled casually, but somehow Tracy didn't want to believe that she'd been set up deliberately. Hundreds of sharp, 3-inch spikes, balanced carefully on their flat heads, pointing straight up toward the ceiling like a tiny, cruel bed of daggers. Her shuffled step had sent a cluster of them skittering across the floor, knocking them over before her weight could descend. It was a matter of inches, and her full body weight would have been driven into those points, clean through the flesh of her bare foot. When I woke up the next morning, I was none the wiser. She'd already picked up all of the nails and talked herself down enough to tell me what had happened in a nonchalant way, like it was an inconvenient mistake and nothing more. The story sounded strange when I heard it over breakfast, but she was the adult. I didn't know any better, especially not enough to argue physics with her. It was that survival instinct in her to make the best of circumstances. We were in no place to move anywhere. Beggars can't be choosers, and a haunted house was better than no house. Tracy became an encyclopedia of excuses for anything abnormal that would happen around the house. She and I would hear a raspy voice that sounded like it was coming from behind the wall, that she blamed on expanding pipes. Cold spots were places that the sun couldn't touch with its rays. The cold spots would show up randomly, but she stuck to that answer. Footsteps were critters in the attic. Once, she and I were getting home from a school event, and when we walked in the door, both of us clearly saw a shadow that had its own dimensions. It was standing in the center of the living room and disappeared in a blink when we yelped at the same time. Quickly regaining her composure, she said that the moon's light must have played a trick and that was the couch's shadow. It made no sense and was easily one of her lamest excuses. But arguing that meant knowing my way around a geometry book. And I would have been swinging way out of my weight class on that one. So that shadow person that disappeared was actually the couch's shadow, cast at a weird angle. Okay, I don't know if telling me those things actively made me dumber as a child, but I know I didn't ask the questions I was thinking. My life-changing moment happened when I set my plate in the sink to be washed. An avocado pit had rolled into the garbage disposal, and when I turned it on, the whole kitchen counter began to shake. Then the pit jammed the gears. The on-off button was third in a row of switches located next to the sink. The first two were for the lights, and the third was the disposal. Again, I was small, so actually reaching them would require me to basically pull myself onto the counter and then Superman stretch for the switch. And that's what I did. Then I got back down and moved the stepladder to the sink so I could fish out the avocado pit. When I stuck my hand into the slimy hole of the sink, I found it stuck on a blade and lodged against the inner wall. It didn't budge from a gentle tug, and I had to keep trying to reposition my hand to get a good grip. As I was pushing and pulling, trying to loosen it, the whole sink changed to a bright amber glow. I momentarily stopped breathing until I realized that it was just the light from above the sink, but it was turning on. Then my attention went right back to the avocado pit. I registered the second top light turn on from its reflection in the glass window directly in front of the sink. On the panel next to the sink, I was able to observe the switches had physically changed position from off to on. I was halfway up to my forearm in the disposal, but I was still pondering about the lights, staring at the panel, but more thinking in my head. This sounds drawn out, but it all happened in a matter of seconds. Lights turned on. I looked over just in time to see the third switch on the panel move from off to on by itself. My brain received the information a fraction too late for me to get my hand out before the blades could do a few vicious rotations around my hand until a finger seized the gears again. By then, the damage was done. After pulling my hand out, I lost consciousness, smacked my face on the counter on the way down. My mom heard a horrific mixture of noises and came out to find me on the ground in a growing pool of blood. She didn't wait for an ambulance. She picked my body up, ran me out to the passenger seat of her car to go to the hospital. And that's where I started this whole thing. Nothing changed after the hospital. Tracy didn't have an instantaneous resolution. There was nowhere else that we could go at that time in our lives. The haunting simply became a permanent, mundane feature of the house. It lived there long before and after we did. As I'd turn off my bedroom light, I'd hear the noises and the familiar rasping breath behind the drywall. I didn't run anymore, though. I just set an alarm for school and went to bed. Rosie's my first dog. I got her a few years ago, right after I'd moved out of my parents' house. It was the perfect time to find a companion of my own, and I didn't even know it at the time. I shouldn't say Rosie was my first dog, because my parents had a few dogs growing up, but Rosie was my first dog. A friend I got to pick out and name. Well, not really pick out, she kind of picked me. Arrived on my doorstep like she'd already been living there. One early August morning, I opened the door and she strolled right in without the need for an invitation. She didn't have any sort of identification, no collar, no tags, no chip. I found that out after taking her to the vet, but overall, she got a clean bill of health. In a last attempt to make contact with her owner, I hung up signs all around the neighborhood with an above-average-looking found dog flyer that I'd made on Canva. Her picture was posted all over town for 2 weeks with nobody calling about her. Then, as the picture started to fade in the summer sun, I felt fully comfortable calling her mine and getting attached to her after that walk. We shared a little treat to celebrate when we got home. She's no small girl. Rosie's clearly a rowdy mix with a bark that can make my ears ring from a room away, and very protective. Good protective. The kind of loyalty that they can't teach at a training class. Though, I believe every new dog owner should go through a training class to be a responsible owner. Rosie didn't need the classes, and I'm not just saying that. She's always been calm, never barked uncontrollably. She doesn't sit, but she just stays when I tell her to. There's intelligence behind those eyes. There's been 2 times that I've heard her really growl at something, and the first time it happened, I saw an intelligence in her eyes that had been reacting before I'd even registered a threat. We were on the trail that we'd walked countless times, a loop around a park that's probably a mile or so to complete. It's dusk, and we're on the furthest part of the loop that you can be on from the parking lot. There, the trees open to a picturesque landscape that looks out over the forest. It goes without saying that catching this view at the perfect time during sunset is like walking into a vintage Disney painting. You almost expect the animals to be dancing and singing with how magical it looks. But right when we got there, Rosie started tugging on her leash, pulling me toward a specific bush that was a few yards off the path. Like she'd gotten a scent of a rabbit or something, but she never acted like that before. And I'm sure that she's able to smell a lot of animals and never focused her attention in such an intense way. She drags me over there and then turns into a straight-up attack dog, standing in front of me, putting herself between me and the big leafy shrubs. A soft tug on her leash usually got her back on track, but she ignored my commands and gestures, infatuated with whatever was in there. As she'd never acted like this before, it got me thinking, what the hell kind of animal has her acting crazy like that? So I take out my cell phone light, and I toss its beam straight into the branches. The eyes I caught looking back at me, they weren't an animal. They were human. Wide-eyed, like he was surprised he'd gotten caught. I remember the taste of panic that filled my throat. There was a full-grown man hiding in the bushes. I didn't know why he was in the foliage next to a secluded hiking trail, but I had a pretty good idea. He says, "Oh, I'm looking for my keys." He obviously wasn't. It was a lie that sounded on the spot, and we both knew it. The question was, which of us was going to call the bluff first? Rosie stood between us. My sweet, quiet girl, who usually wouldn't bark at a passing squirrel, turned into a silent wall of muscle and barred teeth. She saved me, plain and simple. I always knew if something real ever threatened us, Rosie would protect me. She and I walked backwards on the trail until we couldn't see the bushes anymore. Then I had us basically sprint the rest of the way to the parking lot. I called the cops to let them know about the creep on the trail, but I never got a follow-up. I hope Rosie scared him enough to change his plans. So that was the first time I'd seen Rosie go buck like that. And ever since then, it's like we have a telepathic level of communication. I trust my girl has intent behind her actions. Some people, especially cat people, would say that I'm giving her too much credit. And some people, especially dog people, understand that some dogs act like they're on the cusp of genius intuition. And that means if a dog likes you, you've most likely got a good spirit. If dogs don't trust you, it's probably best that I don't either, because there's something deeper that I'm not seeing yet. I didn't need to be convinced the guy in the bushes was a bad man, but Rosie was so on it that she didn't allow the bad man to prove he was bad. Her aggression disarmed the situation before anyone knew one existed. I'm frantically noting all of this first to explain the best I can that Rosie isn't an average barking dog that spooks easily. So, 10 minutes ago, it started. Rosie hasn't moved from the foot of the bed. Her back is rigid, her tail tucked, and every hair on her spine is standing up. She zeroed in at the closet door and making that same low rumble deep in her chest, the one that she'd made at the man on the trail. I've already checked it. I grabbed a golf club and turned on every light in the room first. Then I swung the closet door wide open. There's nothing in there. Just my clothes, winter coats, and shoe boxes. I told her to come inspect it, but she wouldn't go anywhere near the door. So I closed it up and got back into bed. But Rosie still hasn't stopped. Her eyes are fixed on a space right at eye level, like she's been tracking something invisible as it slowly moves around the room. She just let out a boom bark and lunged at something from the edge of the bed. This is really scaring me, because I know what it means, but I don't know why. Oh, God. Closet door just swung back open, so I gotta go. Update. Yeah, so the closet's empty. There's nothing in the closet. But clearly, there's something in the closet. I dropped my daughter off at college 3 days ago, and I've been in that certain fog that every parent warns you about, and none of them quite prepare you for. The house is too quiet. Her door left open because closing it felt too final, finding myself standing in the kitchen at odd hours for no reason except that it's where I used to stand when she was small and needed something from me. 18 years compress strangely once they're behind you. You remember them less as a timeline and more as a handful of specific nights that seem to matter more than all the ordinary days combined. I've been thinking about a lot of those nights this week. Most of them are the kind that you'd expect Her first steps, a scraped knee, the ridiculous argument we'd had over her prom dress that neither of us even remembers the details of anymore, just that we both cried afterwards and made up over ice cream. But there's one night, from when she was 3 months old, that keeps surfacing too. It's not a warm one, and I've never really told her about it. I'm not sure that I ever will. My husband knows, because he lived it with me, in the sense that he came home to the aftermath, even though he wasn't in the room when it happened. It stayed ours in a way that most of her childhood stories didn't. I want to write it down now, while she's freshly gone and I'm feeling sentimental enough to look at it honestly, including the parts that still make the back of my neck prickle almost 18 years later. She was 3 months old, first baby, which meant I was the kind of new mother who checked the monitor obsessively, even when there was nothing to check. Every rustle, every sigh sent me down the hall to stand over the crib, confirm she was fine. My husband used to tease me gently about wearing a groove into the floor. We'd gotten the monitor secondhand from a neighbor whose kids had outgrown it. One of the nicer models for its time, video and audio both, with a receiver that you could carry room to room, so that you were never more than a glance away from the feed. I remember being briefly skeptical about buying used baby gear at all, but monitors seemed like a safe exception. It's not like a mattress, it's just electronics, I told myself. I guess the first strange thing was maybe 3 weeks into this new parenting haze that I found myself in. At the time, I'd filed it under exhaustion and bad wiring, which I think now I wanted to believe more than I actually did. I was up doing a bottle at 3 a.m, monitor propped on the counter, and under her breathing, I caught something that took me a second to place. A low humming, almost musical, rising and falling in a pattern that sounded uncomfortably close to someone humming a lullaby, just quietly enough that the words never fully formed. I didn't hum to her. My husband didn't either. He's tone deaf and painfully self-conscious about it. Wouldn't even attempt it in private. I stood in that kitchen, straining to find a mundane source for it. A neighbor's television, a radio left on somewhere. Anything at all. And I never found one. It stopped after maybe 30 seconds. She slept through the whole thing, peaceful as anything, which somehow made it worse instead of better. I mentioned it to my husband the next morning, and he did what partners do when they don't want to alarm you, but don't quite believe you either. He nodded, said it was probably feedback from a receiver, some other device sharing the frequency. I wanted that explanation badly enough to let it go. It happened twice more over the following 2 weeks, though. Same soft, wordless humming, always between 2 and 4 a.m. Always with her fast asleep and completely undisturbed by it. I started keeping the monitor volume lower during our daytime naps, some instinct I didn't examine too closely at the time. Like I didn't want whatever this was to have equal access to her in daylight too, though I couldn't have told you what I thought this was. The night I still think about most, the one that I'm writing down now, it came a few weeks after that. I remember it had been an ordinary but hard night. She'd been fussy at bedtime, finally down around midnight. My husband away for work and due back the following evening, so it was just the two of us in a quiet house. I was up at nearly 2 doing another feeding when the monitor picked up a voice. Not humming this time. Definitely a voice. Not my daughter's, but definitely not coming from anywhere in the house that I could account for. I couldn't make out most of it except for one word that came through clear enough to stop me completely. Her name. I went in immediately, every light on, the whole routine. Closet, curtains, the windows I confirmed were latched the same way that it had been every night. Nothing. She was asleep, undisturbed, breathing the exact unbothered way a sleeping baby breathes when nothing at all is wrong in the room with her. I stood there for a long time, telling myself that the word could have been anything, a fragment of my own exhausted imagination, laid over ordinary static. I made myself leave that room eventually, monitor in hand. I went back to the kitchen, put the receiver down on the counter, and made a cup of tea that I never touched. That's when the audio picked up again. The voice was closer to the mic this time. This time, 3 words came through. Right here, sweetheart. It was a voice I didn't know. I checked the room twice more before morning. Empty both times. My daughter, sound asleep both times. Nothing on the feed after that but the ordinary hiss of an empty room and the small, steady sound of her breathing. I told my husband everything the moment he walked in the door the next evening. And to his credit, he didn't do the gentle dismiss thing this time. He'd heard the humming himself. Once, weeks earlier, late enough that he'd assumed at the time that he was half dreaming, and he never mentioned it to me until I described mine. Between the two of us, we had enough overlapping evidence that neither of us could hide behind the other's skepticism anymore. We never did figure out what it was. We talked briefly about a different monitor, a different house even, but nothing else ever happened after that night. There was no more humming or voice. Nothing on that monitor for the rest of the year that we used it, except an ordinary sleeping baby, over and over, until she outgrew the crib entirely and we packed it away. I never told her growing up. There didn't seem to be a good age for it. Too strange for a small child. By the time she was old enough to hear it without being frightened, it had become one of those things that you stop bringing up simply because you always have. This thing, it's ours, mine and my husband's. This experience sealed into one particularly hard winter that neither of us wound up needing to mean anything more than it already had. I don't know why it surfaced this week of all weeks, with her 3 states away in a dorm room, and me standing in an empty kitchen at odd hours out of 18 years of habit. Maybe it's just that leaving makes you take inventory of everything that came before. Ordinary nights, strange ones. And this was always the strangest one I had. I don't think I'll ever tell her, even now. Some nights are just meant to stay between 2 people who lived through them, and I think this is just one of those. Emmy's my youngest, 4 years old. A kid who's quietly observant ever since she could sit up on her own. My older 2 were loud from the start. You knew what they wanted because they screamed about it. Emmy's never been like that. She watches rooms before she enters them. She'll stand in a doorway for a full minute just taking stock. And I used to think that it was shyness until I realized it wasn't about the people in the room at all. She was checking something else first. She started talking about the quiet man, around age 2.5, which I know is prime imaginary friend territory, so I didn't think much of it at first. Every kid's got one, except Emmy's quiet man never had a name that she'd play with, never got invited to tea parties, never got blamed for messes the way my other 2 used to use their invisible friends as scapegoats. She just mentioned him the way that you'd mention a neighbor. He's in the hallway. He doesn't like the light on. He was standing by my bed. I want to explain why I never brushed this off the way I brushed off my older kids' phases. because there's a specific memory that I keep coming back to. We were at my sister's lake house 2 summers ago, a place that none of the kids had ever been to before. Big, rambling old property that's been in her husband's family for 3 generations. First night there, Emmy wouldn't go near the back bedroom. Not crying or tantruming, just quietly refusing, planting her feet at the doorway the way she does. My sister laughed it off, said the room was just cluttered with old furniture, nothing to be scared of. Emmy said, very matter-of-fact, that a man died in there, and he didn't like people moving his chair. My sister went white. There was a chair in that room, an old rocking chair, belonging to her husband's grandfather, who'd, in fact, passed away in that exact bedroom. Something my sister had mentioned to me once years before in passing, and Emmy had absolutely never heard. Nobody had told her. There was no way for a 2.5-year-old to know that detail, and I've turned it over in my head hundreds of times, trying to find an explanation that makes it not what it obviously was. And I've never found one that I actually believe. Since then, I pay attention when Emmy plants her feet. I don't force her into rooms anymore. I've learned that whatever she's reacting to something, even if I can't ever confirm what. Which is why tonight has me writing this out instead of just going to bed like a normal person would. It started about 15 minutes ago. I was doing the usual bedtime routine, and Emmy stopped mid-sentence. In the hallway outside her room, she went completely still the way she does, feet planted, eyes locked on her room doorway, which was standing open, dark, exactly as it always was at that hour. She said, "He's already inside." Not scared, exactly. And that's the part that unsettles me the most about Emmy. She's never hysterical about it, never crying, just reporting, the way you'd tell someone the mail's arrived. I asked who, and she just pointed at the doorway and said, "The one from the picture," which meant nothing to me, because there's no picture of any man anywhere in her room. I checked. There's a poster of a cartoon fox and a shelf of stuffed animals, and that's it. I went in ahead of her and I turned on the light, checked the closet, checked under the bed, did a whole performance that parents do to prove that a room is safe, even when we don't fully believe our own performance. Nothing. Ordinary room, slightly messy, smelled like the lavender detergent I use on her sheets. She still wouldn't cross the threshold. I picked her up to carry her in, and she went rigid with her arms. Actual physical resistance, arching away from the doorway like I was walking her toward a hot stove. I set her down in the hallway instead. I told her that we'd sleep in my room tonight, which seemed to satisfy her. She went quiet and calm the second we turned away from the door, back to her normal self almost instantly, chattering about something from her cartoon like the last 5 minutes hadn't happened. I went back in alone afterward because I wanted to see the room without a 4-year-old's fear coloring what I was looking at. The lavender smell was gone, replaced by that old house dust smell that our place has never really had. We redid the whole upstairs 3 years ago. There's no reason for that smell to exist. And on the little mirror above her dresser, the one she uses to admire her own hair clips, there was a handprint. Not on the glass from a smudge or a sticky kid finger. No, it was pressed into a thin film of fog, kind that only forms from breath or warmth against cold glass. The room wasn't cold. Nothing in it was warm enough to fog anything. The print was too big to be Emmy's. It sat there a full 10 seconds before it started to fade from the edges in, the way fog does, until the glass was just glass again. I've got Emmy settled in bed now, my bed, already half asleep, completely unbothered, like she deposited the whole problem with me at the doorway and walked away lighter for it. I'm sitting up writing this instead of joining her because I don't especially want to close my eyes yet. I don't know what tonight was, and I don't know if it's finished. Emmy's never been wrong about a room before, and she was very clear this one wasn't empty. I guess it's only a matter of time before I've got something new to report, so wish me luck. I think I just saw the black dog, so please tell me I'm not crazy. I literally had to stop shaking just to type this, but I got home and I had to post. I've heard the stories for years. Everyone around here has them, about the black dog, or whatever you want to call it. I really did always think that it was local BS, something that people said to spook kids, but I think I actually just saw it. I was driving home late, just a few miles back, when this thing appeared out of nowhere. It was just there, sitting right in the middle of the road. I had to slam on my brakes so hard I thought that I'd skid out. My headlights were full on hitting it, and guys, this is not a normal dog. It was huge. It looked like a wolf, but maybe bigger. It had matted, greasy fur. I mean, it almost looked like human fur. And it was just sitting there, staring straight through the windshield at me. It didn't move or blink. Certainly wasn't afraid of my car. I've heard people say that seeing this thing is an omen, or that it's some kind of guardian, but I've honestly never been more terrified. The air in the car felt like it had dropped 20 degrees. Couldn't even bring myself to honk. I just sort of sat there frozen for 10 minutes, though it was probably 10 seconds. Until, finally, it just stood up and melted into the darkness of the shoulder. I certainly didn't wait around or go looking for it. I floored it. I'm home now. All the doors are locked, but I can't really get that image out of my head. And I can't stress enough how much this wasn't a dog. So I'm curious if anyone else has seen this thing lately. I'm kind of spiraling right now, so let me know. When I was a younger, single mother, I really couldn't afford anything new. I would shop at local thrift stores and flea markets in San Antonio. Goodwill was my favorite place, and so were the flea markets. Two, in fact. One was Old Austin Highway Flea Market, and the other one was on Fredericksburg Road. I dream of those places now. But about the mirror, I bought a beautiful, and I mean beautiful, mirror at one of the flea markets. Hand-carved wood, with cherubs, ribbons, cornucopias, and a basket up at the top. All the bells and whistles. I mean, it was gorgeous. And $10. Back then, chicken legs and thighs were selling for 19 cents a pound, and I had a family to feed, so that $10 meant an awful lot, but I couldn't leave the mirror. The man I purchased the mirror from said that it came out of an old home around the Beacon Hill area. I don't know why I remember that detail after all these years, but some memories never fade. Well, I took it home, cleaned the mirror with vinegar and water, and then oiled the wood. I hung it over the fireplace mantel in the living room. I was happy. Everything was all right for about a week, I guess. Then I would start to see dark spots in the mirror. No big deal. It's probably my eyes. Only then they began to swirl, start looking like smoke. They would dissipate when you looked directly at the mirror. I was starting to get worried there, more so because I thought it was my eyes. I thought they were making something manifest in the mirror. Maybe it was allergies. You tend to make these excuses because that stuff happens to other people or in the movies, not you. Hauntings aren't real, right? Well, one very early morning, my son was having a conversation in the living room. I caught him out of bed and I asked what he was doing up so late, as tomorrow was a school day. John, my son, said that he was talking to Abe. That woke me up. What? John says, I was talking to Abraham Lincoln. You know, the man with the big tall hat. But when he saw you coming, he went back into the mirror again. Half dazed, I could only laugh it off as I ushered my son back to bed. Kids and their imaginations, so I thought. I didn't hear any more of this hat man that coming week, but one night, soon afterwards, I found my son in his bedroom, crying and shaking. I asked, John, what's going on? John said that Abe came to his bedroom that night, but that this time, Abe had red eyes. He was asking my son to come with him, that there was a bed he needed to sleep in, to just follow him. He said he didn't want to. He said he had to fight hard to get away from Abe. He was so genuinely shaken up. I told him, don't worry, Mama's gonna sleep with you tonight. I was up all that night. Spirit or no, I was going to beat the living or dead crap of whoever made my son scared. But nothing happened. The following night, same thing. So, my son started sleeping in my room for a few days. After nothing happened for a few days, he went back to sleeping in his room without incident. Sure, I was having nightmares now, but at least my son was okay. 2 days after he started sleeping in his room again, I was folding laundry in his bedroom. I heard a faint knocking. Great, we had little critters in the walls now, I was thinking. So I got up, but without even thinking about it, I was standing in front of the mirror in the living room. I suddenly felt something ice cold rush through my chest, like I inhaled something frozen. Clutching my chest, I saw a column of gray smoke go into the mirror. There was something about the feeling and seeing it happen so clearly that made me sure something was seriously wrong with this mirror. I took that mirror down and I put it on the curb. It was gone within a few minutes. I still slept with my son for a couple more weeks, asking John if Abe ever came back. He said no. Every so often, I would sneak back into my son's bedroom to see if anything was bothering him. Often, John would find his mama sleeping with him, and that made him happy. He didn't need to know it was because I was scared. No one, and I mean no one, messes with my little cubs. Not then, not now, not ever. It's all a damn shame, though. I sure do miss those flea markets. Several years ago, I worked at a Value Village on Evergreen Way when I was just released from prison for armed robbery. Value Village is a secondhand store, a good part-time job. It helped me maintain my sobriety. I was able to obtain a steady income and get off the streets after saving my first 2 paychecks. I met the only couple of people that have ever been kind to me there. My boss, Anthony, and my closing partner, TT, aka Little T or T. Rest in peace, T. This story takes place probably 15, 17 years ago, and she was as close to dust as you could get when I met her. The bad part, this Value Village was as haunted could be. I do believe that now. The city itself, it's a miserable mess. Maybe it was the city that was haunted, and the ghosts just waltzed around wherever. I'm pretty sure that every community has a well-off part of town and a poor part of town. This area is at the very tip of the poor spectrum. You can't get much more grimy than Evergreen Way. A random night, as a closer, is close to the end of the night. No more shoppers. I'm cleaning aisles and reorganizing the items that people decided they didn't want but couldn't bother to bring themselves to put it where they found it. T's out on a smoke break. I'm close to the front of the store. While I'm sweeping around the jewelry section, I hear a very familiar squeak. I look up, and I see one of the shopping carts slowly moving down an aisle 3 or 4 rows down. All of the carts had these long red poles connected to them to deter people from shoplifting or taking the carts altogether. I stand there and I watch this thing squeak from one end to the other before coming to a stop. Again, I'm at the front of the store. I would have seen someone enter. Still, I say, "Hello?" But nobody answers, so I return to what I was doing. A few seconds later, when my back's turned away, a distant wheel began to clunk and squeak again. I spin around. I watch the same shopping cart moving back just as slowly as it had the first time. That makes the hair stand up on my arms. Holding the broom like a katana, I walk to the aisle that the carts were sitting in. When I get there, the aisles are empty. Panning my head around, I quickly notice that a lot of shopping carts are slowly moving, coming to life. Moving in various directions in the aisle. I decided I didn't really want any part of what was going on there, so I turned around. This didn't help me from screaming like a child, though. As I turned to walk away, I could hear the carts escalating in speed behind me. I let out a yip more cowardly than I'd like to admit as I left the aisle with the carts. Right around the corner is T. I practically collided with her and we both screamed. She asked me what the hell I was doing running around and making noise. I told her straight up, "Those shopping carts are possessed." Without hesitation, I walked her over to turn the corner into the possessed aisle. Of course, they weren't moving. But that's when T says, "Yo, I know." Apparently, this has happened to her a few times. Why she never told me, I don't know. But now, she told me she'd practically been hit with these carts in the past, that they'd clipped the back of her legs one night while working alone. As she's telling me this, several red poles of several shopping carts begin to vibrate and shake. The two of us stood there, watching as the shopping carts continued to tremble. It was like an invisible force was forcefully trying to communicate with us through these objects. T and I exchanged a couple of glances, mine more nervous than hers. Even with the moral support of someone else, I didn't know what to do next. As the vibrations intensified, T suddenly spoke out. When I gave her a look like, "What the hell are you doing?" she told me that she knew this place was haunted. She said as much, and then she asked the ghosts to talk to her. Followed it up with, "What do you need?" I'll give her some credit. It took me from scared to entertained pretty quick. It's hard to say exactly what I believed in that moment, but I certainly didn't think I was going to be speaking with ghosts. T stuck out her arms in front of her, as if she knew what was going to happen next. To my personal astonishment, at the same time the vibrations ceased. The carts were becoming still. It was as if they were waiting for whatever T was doing. I noticed her eyes were closed. I watched as she took a deep breath and began speaking softly. At the moment, though, it just kind of looked like something crazy. Before I knew it, she was whacking me on the shoulder and whispering for me to close my eyes. So I did. And T was asking questions, whispering things and being still. Took everything in me to keep my eyes closed and show some patience. I heard the rustling of tags hanging on items nearby. The air felt different, and I couldn't help it. I couldn't keep my eyes closed any longer. I opened my eyes the moment I heard a faint whisper echo through the space. It was barely audible, but distinct enough for me to hear. It said, "Harper." Well, I thought it said Harper, but after scolding me for opening my eyes, T said that she was sure it said, "Help her." For a moment, we lightly argued about what the voice could have said, but I was feeling increasingly more uncomfortable. It's not like it was malevolence I felt, but I wasn't experienced in talking with ghosts. Long story short, I wanted to go home. In a series of whispers and my inability to distinguish T's from the spirits, I asked that we speed this along and get to finishing closing. T asked if I wanted to just go, that she would stay behind. I considered it, but she laughed, saying that all the whispers had subsided anyway, jokingly blaming me for scaring them away. That night, T told me about her various experiences in the store, and then she told me that if I could hear those whispers too, it likely wouldn't be the last time that I experienced something. And well, T, rest in peace, my friend. And though I know you're not around to know it, I don't know how these things work. You were right. Fast forward, I still live in the same town 15 plus years later, and the store itself still exists. I work for the company that's hired to do landscaping for this portion of the city. And one day over the last year, I decided to pop inside to see my old boss. I wanted to see if he was working. He was always a great person. I wanted to chat with him as possible. Honestly, I just had this odd feeling to go visit him before leaving town that day. On my way inside, I see him walking from the back of the store. He gives me a wave through the glass windows. He smiles and then takes a hard right out of view. When I get inside, I don't immediately see him anywhere. I ask around. One gal doesn't even know who I'm talking about, but another one does. She asks how I knew Anthony, and I told her the whole story, and she regrets to inform me that Anthony passed away. Heart failure. He had died at work. I asked the gal if she was absolutely positive we were talking about the same guy, the same Anthony. She told me that he's the only one she ever knew to manage the store for multiple years. She repeated his last name back to me, and it was Anthony. So, who did I see? I looked throughout the store, hung around far too long, trying to see if anyone matching his exact description was in the store. No such luck. I've accepted that I saw Anthony. I can't explain it, but I can't very well explain what happened in that store with me and T either. And just because I can't fully understand it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Thanks for reading. If you have similar experiences, I'd really like to hear them. Or I guess just know that you're not alone in yours. Amon is my grandmother's name. She immigrated to the United States from Mozambique during their civil war. She was a teenager when she made the move. I'm a third-generation U.S. citizen. My culture is my pride, but my culture is mixed with the American lifestyle, as my children will inherit and embrace the American culture more than I do. It's inevitable, and for better or for worse, I think. When Grandma Amon babysat, she used to entertain me by telling me stories of when she was a girl living back in Pemba. Most of her stories were to emphasize how good we have it in America from what she had growing up. But there was a story she told me only once, swearing on everything holy that it was real. Pemba is a coastal city on the peninsula, and all of the residents living near the water know a secret they keep to themselves. They don't share it in fear of the repercussions that it could have on the community. Grandma Amon knows firsthand how real these legends were. In her town, reports of missing locals were only made known from people talking to one another. Fishermen, even some that didn't go too far from shore, their boats would be found floating adrift, empty. Decomposing fish would still be in their nets on the floor from the day's catch. Other fishermen would find these boats, guide them back into port. Usually by the fishing gear, families could recognize who was gone. Everyone knew what had happened to the unlucky crew. The children thought that what the adults told them were tales to keep them home safe. It was talked about in a way of the Agawi. They resemble America's Bigfoot. Amon's mother forbade her from playing by the water at night, and she would tell Amon stories of her encounters with these monsters. But as Amon's future daughter would to her, she ignored her mother's warnings. She knew about the dangerous animals that lived around her. Venomous snakes and crocodiles were a constant threat that she grew up learning to predict and avoid. When Amon is a teenager, she falls in love with a boy who is about to go off to the war. In an act of romance, he blindfolds Amon and guides her down a rocky path to the edge of a dock where a rowboat with flowers, chocolate, and an oil lantern are sitting, with a bottle of wine the boy had stolen for their occasion. He'd picked a quiet part of the water, away from the reptiles that nested along the long shoreline and the rocks. The boy stables the boat and helps Amon step in. Then, knee to knee, the boy turns the oars, pushing them forward and backward until they're far enough from land not to be spotted, but still close enough to see the dock. The water was calm in the inlet, and the stars shone bright in the sky. They were enjoying their time together, but before the bottle of wine could be popped, they felt the side of the boat get bumped. Both of them hushed down and huddled together in the boat. The bump that they felt vibrate through the old wooden boat wasn't heavy like a crocodile's curious push on the bow. The bump was better said as 2 knocks, then 2 more. The boy attempts to show courage for Amon. He grabs the lantern and slowly, both of them lean their heads over the edge of the boat, with their light source extended over the water. The boy leaned out further with the lantern. It didn't illuminate much of the darkness around them, and even less of the water, but it was enough for them to check for disturbances in the waves. There were no fins, no large ripples parting the water. Wherever the boy moved the light, the water below him was calm. Amon is also following the lit areas with her eyes, but something tells her to look straight down. Just under the surface of the water, closest to the boat, pressed against the side of the boat looking up at her, are 2 pairs of eyes that reflected the lantern's light, like small white crystal balls in the water. They quickly retreated as the lantern grew closer. But in that brief moment that their eyes met, Amon gasped and pulled the boy back into the boat, just as one of the creatures ascended towards them. There was a big splash that sent water spraying into the boat. Not only did it drench the 2 teenagers, but it extinguished the lantern, as well as spilling it over, leaking oil all over the boat. The moon was their only source of light now. The boy scrambled for one of the oars to use as a weapon. They sat close together in the dark and listened to the creature swim around the boat. Neither of them knew exactly what it was. Did they just see one big creature with 4 glowing eyes, or 2 separate creatures? Soon, the water got quiet again. Amon and the boy whisper about what they should do next, hoping whatever was messing with their boat had gotten bored and moved on. They decided to put the oars back into the water and attempt to make it back to the docks. As both of them move back to their seats, the knocking starts again from under the boat. This time, it's a consistent pounding coming from multiple parts of the boat. The boy begins to furiously row against the waves, leaning into each pull with all of his might, trying to get their little boat to move faster. With a violent jerk, one of the oars is torn from the boy's hand. He's almost pulled overboard with it, but manages to let go just before losing his balance. With only 1 oar left to work with, he begins switching from left to right, trying to keep the boat straight, but moving much slower than before. There's nothing Amon can do besides watch the boy as he exhausts himself, fighting the waves. She can feel her feet start sliding forward and realizes that the weight's being shifted to the back of the boat, and the side that she's on is now slowly lifting out of the water. Then it dropped back into the water with a big splash. If Amon's hands had slipped off the seat that she was holding onto, she would have been sent overboard when the boat was released. The boy gets tossed onto the floor of the boat, hitting his head. He chose to hold on to the oar instead of bracing. For a moment, he's knocked completely unconscious, lying at Amon's feet. She leans down to check on him, but the eruption of more water makes her look back up into the back of the boat. Water was cascading in all directions as 2 human-like arms reach up and into the boat. They were covered in black scales that glistened in the light of the moon. The hands were long and webbed, like bat wings. The creature slowly began pulling itself up, climbing over the stern of the boat, or at least attempting to. Its likeness to a human was only by the shape of its upper body. Its features were vastly different. The long waves atop of its head resembled the legs of jellyfish. Its crystal ball eyes were large and very far apart on the creature's face. The front structure of their face, it pushed out like a boomerang, and their mouth opened to reveal rows of sharp teeth. As the monster attempted to pull itself into the boat further, its lower half was exposed, resembling that of an eel. Its eyes and teeth were clearly visible against the night sky, and Amon watched as its hands gripped onto the wooden bench across from her. She then watched the creature look down at the boy. The mouth opened wide, its grin from each side of its face. And then the jaw moved further and further down, widening to grotesque proportions. Out of a panic, Amon screams at the creature, but its attention stays looking down at the boy. The creature attempts to grip the boat further, only its horrific webbed hands seem to be struggling. Amon watches the creature's hands slip from the boat with each grasp. With the boy still passed out, Amon takes the opportunity to grab the second oar. Then, from one end of the boat, she swats at the lantern on the floor, attempting to spread the oil even further, hoping to make it too slippery. The creature uses one of its hands to grab the oar, and that's when Amon realizes that she has to let go of it. But suddenly, she's in control. The oar is released, sending Amon backward onto the boy, where she managed to keep hold of the oar. The water is suddenly loud and filled with a familiar thrashing. Looking out into the water, Amon can see that the creature is now struggling. Something even larger has its grip on the creature, and just before it's dragged under the water, there's an ear-splitting screech, some more thrashing, and then silence. The original threat, the ultimate predator of these very waters, the one that Amon had been taught to fear, had surely just saved her life. Never, in her wildest dreams, did she ever think she'd be so overjoyed to see a giant crocodile. Still absolutely horrified by whatever had just tried to make them their next meal, but deeply grateful to the giant. Shortly after, the boy regained consciousness, but was completely unaware of what had just happened. Amon didn't want to explain, for fear the boy wouldn't believe her, but also, she was in hysterics by then. So, the boy gently grabbed the oar from her and furiously began paddling back towards the dock. Aside from a giant knot on the boy's head, he was otherwise unscathed. Still, Amon couldn't believe the chances. She couldn't believe the whole thing had just in fact happened to her. One moment she was sure her date was about to die, be killed by something unthinkable, and now, on their way safely to shore. My grandmother didn't touch those waters again. She learned a hard lesson, and she urged her own children down the road not to make the same mistakes. Though some of them would, they wouldn't pay the same consequences. My uncle did lose his toe at some point in his youth to a Goliath tigerfish, so there were lessons being learned. I love my culture, I really do, but I don't understand the allure to tempt dangerous waters, especially at night, and maybe it's because I've never had to. But I'm just happy with a swimming hole, a saltwater pool on a sunny day. Possibly my grandma's lessons did in fact work on me. There's something deep inside of me that tells me to stay away from open waters, especially at night. and luckily, it would appear my daughter shares the same fears. I'm originally from Lethbridge, Canada, but I lived in Vancouver for almost 5 years. 4 years for school and an additional year just to live and work on my own. Most of my time was dedicated to school and work, which was rather uneventful in comparison to the story I'll share here. My first 3 years in Vancouver, I lived near the water in a mother-in-law style apartment. If you don't know what that is, it's basically a fully functioning apartment in the lower half of a home. Bathrooms, kitchen, living space, etc. It was an absolutely beautiful place to call a temporary home, especially for a college kid. An affordable place in a prime location. Owners who were incredibly nice people who mainly kept to themselves but also acted as very attentive landlords. But it came with its own sort of catch. About 3 months into living there, I was feeling pretty comfortable. Maybe I was too comfortable, and that's why everything started happening when it did. Either way, 3 months in, I was having these strange dreams, nightmares, paired with waking up suddenly and feeling like I wasn't alone. They would continue on and off for the better part of a year. Normally, the dreams were me standing by the back door. It was made of glass and had large, thick curtains, which I kept closed at night. But during the day, they let in a gorgeous amount of light and offered a small, peekaboo view of the neighboring Victoria Island. In my dreams, however, these curtains were open at night, and the view was nothing like I saw in my waking hours. There were no homes neighboring this one, no telephone wires crossing the skyline. The view was incredible. You could see the entire island. It was like the dreams took me back in time, one where there was just less in the way of buildings and more in the way of trees and nature. Almost magical. Except it's while enjoying this view, I realize I'm cold and wet. Doesn't seem too strange, not at first. But it changes. Not the view or my coldness, but my entire perspective. I hear the bedroom door being kicked in, but I don't turn around. Suddenly, I'm being grabbed from behind, but I manage to escape whoever's attempting to grab me. I never see their face. I never see my face. I'm frantic, and somehow, I understand that if they touch me again, I'm dead. It's the most fear I've ever felt in a dream. Still, to this day. Eventually, I make my way to a locked door. It's the door that connects the rest of the home to the mother-in-law apartment. I struggle for far too long and feel as if I'm working with two brains. One who knows this door is never unlocked, and one who thinks it should be. Someone's coming. I run from the door and back towards the bedroom where the glass door is. I catch a glimpse of the view one last time, just before I'm thrown onto the bed. Before I can see anything else or do anything else, I'm being smothered. I can feel myself struggling to breathe. I know I'm close to passing out, and then one of those brains tells me to wake up. Usually, that's when I'm thrown awake, gasping for air, and feeling like I'm not alone. Though other times, it would be a dream within a dream. I'd wake up, have the sensation I wasn't alone, but I'd call out, "Hello? Is someone there?" I get no response, but I'd feel pressure applied to my shoulder, as if someone's hand was on it. As I turned to see the hand, I'd be thrown awake, for real this time. Each time I'd wake up for real, I'd never call out to someone, despite feeling a presence. Instead, I'd literally count sheep until I'd fall asleep, not waking again until morning. These types of dreams would come multiple times a week. I started keeping a journal, only to realize it was literally the same dream. I wasn't in control of it, and nothing changed, so I eventually stopped writing about them. Up to this point, I'd never had a reoccurring dream before. Nothing like this. My dreams usually involved me trying to concentrate and getting disrupted, or Dreams where, honestly, things just don't make sense. But these dreams, they sort of made sense, but they also felt really real. As time went on, I started to feel a little uneasy around the apartment. I'd spend my days just living in it as one does, but my evenings felt dreadful and that I knew I'd be walking or running through these halls again soon. However, shortly after the dream started, so did everything else. The shower, for example. I'd taken countless showers. Nothing off had ever happened before. But suddenly, when I'd be showering at night, I'd hear yelling. Not just one or two, but continuous yelling and arguing. I could never discern what they were saying, but it was clear these were voices. I'd shut the water off and nothing. Eventually, I started playing music in the shower because I couldn't handle the sound of constant arguing. I had no idea how to drown it out without other noise. There was also the reappearing handprint on the glass door. The glass gets fogged up in that room after a shower. You have to ventilate a bit to prevent this, but usually it's so cold I don't crack a window. So eventually, after getting dressed and all of that, I'd open up the shades and crack the back door to let out some of the excess steam. And a few times, I'd see this single handprint on the window right as I did. But I don't mean it was just there. I mean it appeared as I opened the curtains. Then, yes, it would disappear with the rest of the condensation, leading me to believe, oh, that's nothing. I probably touched the window real quick without noticing. I told myself that a lot, but did I ever believe it? Not really. Finally, towards the end of my first year in the apartment, I saw a woman. I only saw her once, but I think that it was the same woman that I'd feel in my dreams, possibly the same woman whose presence I'd felt when I'd wake up. My theory has always been that something happened to her, maybe in that apartment. So yeah, my theory does lean heavily on the existence of ghosts or spirits, but I don't know how else to explain it. One night I was cooking, a little later than I normally would, but I'd forgotten to eat almost all day because of studying and not letting any real light in. Now it was dark, but I still felt like getting a view of the night sky and some fresh air. As my noodles cooked, I made my way to the glass door, opened up the curtains, and cracked the door. As I looked up at the view, the windows were highly reflective since the indoor lights were still on. In the reflection, just behind me, I saw a woman sitting on my bed. She had blonde hair and was facing the other direction. She appeared to be crying. Could I hear her? Before that thought could really go anywhere, I instinctively gasped and turned around. No one was there. Quickly facing the glass door again, she was gone. After actually seeing someone outside of a dream, I decided that I'd figure out a way to ask my landlords or the owners of the home if anyone had ever reported something similar. I think at first they thought I was trying to think of an excuse to break my lease, but after talking further, they seemed to entertain my talking, though I didn't get any real answers. The couple had bought the house just 2 years before I had moved in, though it was built back in the early 50s. Many owners since its time of fruition, and according to the couple, they'd never heard of anything strange, but furthermore, I was their first tenant. So everything continued as it was, only school got more stressful and sleep became more precious than ever. I needed to figure out some way to sleep in peace and not disrupt my living situation. Now, some people may find this next part silly, but I really don't care. It worked. Also, I challenge others to be plagued by night terrors or visions and see what genius plans they come up with. Anyway, one night while lying in bed, I was already feeling emotional about the potential loss of sleep that I could experience, so I started speaking. I don't know who I was talking to, but I like to imagine it was the woman from my dreams. I asked her, "Do you need something from me?" Obviously, I got no response, so I just kept going. I told her that I was living here now, going to school. I told her who I was, and I asked who she was, with no response. Finally, I told her that I was sorry if something happened to her. I told her that as much as I wish I could change it all, I couldn't do that, but that I thought it was time that she moved on. I told her that sometimes the dreams were a little too scary, so much so that I couldn't sleep. I told her that she didn't have to leave, but that I thought she'd be happier if she did. I didn't have any dreams that night, or the remaining 2 years I was there. At least not those kinds of dreams. The only other thing that happened was the week I was moving out of that place. I was cleaning all the windows and walls. I got to the glass doors. I opened the curtains, and without any condensation in the room at all, I briefly saw a familiar handprint, both appear and disappear, almost instantly. I considered that my official goodbye from the woman I'd silently shared my space with. It's always made me wonder, what exactly makes spirits stay in certain places, and do they have a choice? I had been driving for hours. The heat had finally started to give way to the cold as the sun set. The road stretched endlessly ahead of me, a thin ribbon of asphalt cutting through a desolate expanse of nothing. No signs of life, just sand, rocks, the occasional distant mountain peak. My old but otherwise reliable car rattled along, sputtering more than usual. I should have gotten it checked before this trip, but I'd been in a hurry. A cross-country drive through the desert. It sounded like a great idea at the time. Escape from everything, a bit of solitude. Now I wasn't so sure. The gas gauge had been inching towards empty for the last hour. I kept telling myself I'd see a gas station soon, but it had been miles since the last one. Probably long closed by now. Suddenly, my car lurched, the engine coughing violently before dying completely. I managed to pull it off to the side of the road, the tires crunching against the sand. I sat in silence while I stopped, gripping the steering wheel, and the realization sinking in. I was stranded, alone, in the middle of nowhere. I popped the hood, hoping it was something simple. Maybe it had overheated. But as I stared blankly at the engine, I knew I was in over my head. Mechanics had never been my thing, and the rapidly dimming light really didn't help. I was basically alone in growing darkness. I had driven so far off the beaten path that there were no passing cars, no signs of civilization, and now here I was, right in the middle of nothing. I tried to think rationally, but no phone, no way to call for help. All I could do was wait, hoping that somebody would pass by eventually. But the more time that passed, the hope began to fade. The temperature had dropped sharply, the heat of the day replaced by a biting cold. I rummaged through the back seat for a jacket, pulling it tight around myself as I leaned against the car, listening. There was something unsettling about the silence of the desert at night. Too quiet, too still. Hours passed. Every now and then I thought I heard something, faint, distant sounds that carried on the wind. At first, I dismissed them as tricks of the mind, but they grew more distinct. A soft shuffling, like footsteps crunching through the sand. I tensed up, straining my ears, and there it was again, closer this time. I stood up, scanning the desert around me, but I couldn't see anything in the darkness, just the endless stretch of sand and shadows. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement. A figure, far off just at the edge of the road, walking slowly towards me. My heart began to race, and a chill crept up my spine. Who else would be out here, in the middle of the night, in the middle of nowhere? As the figure drew closer, I could make out more details. It was tall and thin, draped in tattered clothing that flapped in the wind. Now, standing outside the car, I called out, my voice shaky. "Hey, are you okay?" No response. The figure kept moving, slow but deliberate. Something was wrong. I backed up, trying to put my car between me and it. My pulse was in my ears. The figure was close now, close enough that I could see its face. But I couldn't really see a face. There was nothing. Just hollow, dark voids where the eyes should be, where the nose should be. The thing, whatever it was, it stopped at the front of my car, its empty gaze locked on me. I stumbled backwards, my legs barely working. It didn't follow. It just stood there, watching, waiting. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, it turned and began to walk away, back into the dark. I watched, unable to move, until it was out of sight completely, swallowed by the night. I did not sleep. I stayed in my car, huddled in the back seat, clutching the seatbelt like it was some sort of lifeline. Every sound had me on edge. Every gust of wind sent my heart racing, but nothing else came. No cars, no figures, no help. By morning, I was exhausted but alive. The desert was as empty as it had been the day before. The events of the night seeming almost like a dream. Almost. The sun started to cast a harsh light. I took a deep breath and decided that I had no choice but to start walking. I grabbed a bottle of water from the back seat, put on my jacket, and set off down the road. I didn't know how far I'd get before I needed help, but staying in the car felt like waiting for death. I had only been walking for maybe an hour when I heard it, the distant hum of an engine. I turned, my heart leaping as I saw a vehicle approaching, a dusty pickup truck, old but sturdy. It came into view. I waved my arms frantically, desperate for them to see me. The truck slowed to a stop, and an older man, probably his late 60s, leaned out the window. He wore a wide-brimmed hat and had the kind of leathery skin you get from years in the sun. "You stranded?" he asked in a gravelly voice, his eyes scanning the empty road behind me. "Yeah," I said, my voice cracking with relief. "My car broke down back there. I've been stuck all night." He nodded like he'd seen it 1,000 times before. "Not much traffic out here this time of year. Hop in, I'll take you to the next town. We'll get you sorted out." I climbed in the passenger seat. His words were such relief. The warmth of the truck's interior was a welcome relief from the cold desert morning. I obviously didn't say anything to the old man about the figure I'd seen, but I don't think I was out there long enough to be hallucinating. Still, it didn't really feel real anymore. I still couldn't shake the feeling that something had been out there with me, though. Something that didn't belong to the world that I had known so far. The next town was only 30 miles away. Though it felt like an eternity had passed since I'd seen civilization, the old man dropped me off at a garage where I arranged to have my car towed. The mechanic told me the engine was beyond saving, too old, too neglected. I didn't argue. I ended up taking a bus home, cutting my trip short. I never made that drive again, and I still wonder sometimes, what did I see that night? And has anyone else ever seen it too? I manage a restaurant in Halifax. One of my cooks takes the bus to work every day, I don't know how I got myself into this situation, but yesterday during his shift, he came up to me in a panic, asking me to drive him to the hospital. "What's wrong?" I asked. The way he came up to me made me think that he'd cut a finger off. Apparently, his mother had just called to tell him his grandmother was dying. It was the real gather around, it's time. So I grabbed my purse, and we sped to get there. Again, I don't know how I get myself into these situations, but I somehow managed to get into the actual hospital room with the dying woman and the crying family. When I was dropping him off in the parking lot, he invited me in, and I felt weird saying no. When we went in, there's barely any standing room. All of the family was gathered as close as they could around the bed. I tried to stay as far back as I could, but as the last few people trickled in after me, I was trapped. It was uncomfortable, and I had to diligently keep on a sad facial expression so as to not look out of place, all while thinking to myself, well, ain't this a wacky predicament you've gotten yourself into? When the chatter in the room goes to a whisper, I can hear the grandmother's voice speak up in a sweet, elderly tone. Her words were spoken with a delicate southern drawl. She had the perfect grandmother voice to read stories. It warmed my heart the moment she began telling everyone, "All right, come on, y'all hush down." When the room went silent, she took a long, deep breath and then said, and I quote, "Now, I want all of you to know how much each of you made my life hell." And those were her last words. Then she died a few seconds later. Her final resting pose looked winced and pained. It was the saddest thing that I'd ever had to see. Each family member in the room shared a tearful yet embarrassed glance around the hospital room like, did she really just go out like that? Well, I had so many questions on our ride home. My coworker's name is Colin, and how he put it was like this. Grandma Lee had always been a handful. He couldn't recall one time in his childhood that she wasn't complaining about something, anything, from the temperature in the house to the way that he'd crunch his cereal as a kid. As Colin reminisced, the stories continued to flow from his mouth, one story after another about unchecked mental illness and the silly situations Grandma Lee got herself into. Unintentional, life-threatening dangers that she'd put Colin in when she babysat. She took him to the zoo, hung him over the guardrails just to get a closer look at the animals. When she pulled him back, Colin could see how upset the other adults looked, and they were all glaring at them. He didn't know why they were asked to leave that day. To him, at that age, Grandma Lee's unstable behavior was normal. There was a point in our road trip, as Colin pulled stories from his memory bank, I could see that he accidentally remembered one he didn't like. He stumbled over his words and then stopped speaking, like his thoughts had just made contact with his words, and he realized he was about to choke up on a story, one that he'd pushed down years ago. I turned to look at him and I saw tears rolling down his cheeks. I asked, "What's wrong?" Just a minute ago he was laughing. I had no clue what had happened. Colin says, "I just remembered something I hadn't thought about since I was a child." He tells me that there was something that happened once at Grandma Lee's that really scared him when he was young. We're talking 5 or 6. Grandma would have probably been in her early 40s. A windstorm had knocked out the power that day, and they had to maneuver around the house by candlelight. The power hadn't come on by the time he went to bed on the living room couch. When he wakes up again, it's still the middle of the night. He doesn't know what time, but it's still fully dark outside, and the house is even darker, all except for a thin blue light that stretched out from under Grandma's bedroom door. With the rest of the house drenched in black, this beautiful glow was the only light source in the house. The light had an almost hypnotizing presence, and without knowing it, Colin got off of his couch bed and wandered over to the bedroom door where the light was coming from. The hinges on his grandma's door were squeaky, so in order to stay quiet, he slowly pushed the door open. Every inch it moved revealed more of the bedroom and let more blue light into the hallway. It was bright enough to hurt his eyes, but the source still eluded him. The light was almost blinding, and Colin had to squint his eyes. Through the shining light, he saw the figure of his grandmother. It looked like she was sitting up in bed, like she was watching TV, but the light was coming from behind and above her, almost silhouetting the front of her that Colin could see. Then, he experienced a heart-dropping realization when he noticed that there were more people in that room, more than just his grandma. There were 4 other figures that were also in the room. They'd pressed themselves into the corners of the bedroom, hoping not to be seen by Colin's squinting scan of the room. But when he saw the first one in the corner nearest the bed, the other 3 stepped out from their hiding spots as well. They were tall. Their heads almost touched the ceiling, and they were all wearing black hooded cloaks, ones that didn't reflect the blue light. One of the entities had their hoods off, and Colin was briefly able to see that its features were not human. It terrified him beyond belief, too afraid to move, too scared to scream. It was also possible that the entities were doing something to control his body, because he remembers desperately trying to move and make any sort of noise, but it was impossible. One of the cloaked figures turned their attention back to Grandma Lee. A white beam of light extended from the sleeve of its cloak, brighter than the indigo blue. She looked asleep, sitting up in bed, and when the white light was focused directly on her, it made her skin look translucent. Colin could see organs and the blood circulating through her veins. When another of the cloaked beings turns its attention toward the bed, Colin can feel whatever was constricting his muscles let go. As soon as the pressure lifted, he ran and locked himself in the bathroom across the hall. He crawled into the bathtub as far away from the door as he could get, but it didn't matter. They knew where he was, and within a few seconds, one of the cloaked figures came for him. As Colin pressed his back against the shower wall, the figure passed right through the wall. It silently floated in from the hallway, like a ghost. But Colin knew these entities weren't spirits, and when it entered the bathroom, his stomach felt like it was going down the peak of a roller coaster. He was strangled by terror. He squeezed his eyes closed and again felt the pressure on his body, freezing his movements. Then he heard the sound of the fan in the bathroom. It grew quiet, and then it was gone. The pressure didn't allow him to open his eyes, but as he was listening to the fan disappear, he also felt the bottoms of his feet leave the cold plastic bathtub mat. For a moment, it felt like he was levitating. He kicked his feet to find nothing beneath. The sensation didn't last long, and the next thing Colin felt was a large, soft bump on his back, like a cloud pushed him, but it didn't make him fall forward. His body naturally pushed back into the object. It fully engulfed him in warmth, and the grip of terror loosened the longer his body stayed idle. Eventually, his eyes were able to open again, and Colin registers that he's back in his bed. The sun is up, and Grandma Lee's already awake, making breakfast. Colin frantically tried to tell her about the night before, but she laughs at his claims, tell him he must have had a bad dream. I asked him if he thought it was a dream. Colin says that that's what he tried to convince himself it was, but when he woke up that morning, there was a small triangular lump on his wrist. It felt like there was something hard under his skin. When he asked his grandma to check it out, she rubbed it, said it felt like scar tissue. It made Colin feel better believing that too. Then it seems his little child brain repressed it good and deep. While in the car, Colin rolled up his sleeve on his right arm to show me that, in fact, there is still a visible lump in the shape of a triangle on his right wrist. It's not big, probably 2 grains of rice long, but it is in the shape of a perfect triangle. My purpose behind sharing this is not to depress anyone, so don't go getting all sad right off the bat. Actually, no, this is how we're going to do it. I'll tell you the end of my story first, and then we'll go back to the beginning. On my 11th birthday, my Aunt Becky and Uncle Ted adopted me at a California courthouse, brought me to Montana where I grew up healthy, happy, and not holding any baggage into my 30s. The end. Now, from the top. I was watching the Kids' Choice Awards on Nickelodeon. Amanda Bynes is on stage accepting an award. The place I called home was a sweltering hot trailer. The air conditioning never worked as long as I could remember. I always used to fiddle with the knobs and smack the side of the metal box, thinking maybe this one time and this one combination of turns and taps will work. I'd sit there for hours tinkering with it, like it was a video game cheat code that would energize it back to life again. But I was never really that good at Nintendo when I played over at my friend's house, and I was never able to activate the unbreak code for the AC unit. That night was especially unbearable, and I'd opened up all the windows in the house when I had gotten home from school that day, but nothing seemed to cool the trailer down. The award show went to a commercial break, and I hung my head out the open window, hoping a breeze would cool the sweat dripping down my forehead. The TV was louder than it needed to be in order to combat the noise of traffic outside. I also thought that I was home alone because I hadn't seen my mom all day. Her not being there was nothing new. I'd been essentially raising myself since I could dress myself. So when I pulled my head back in, and I saw her standing just out of the TV's light, back by her bedroom door, I was initially startled. But then she spoke to me, and she sounded just like she did when she was sober. It was a cadence that I couldn't pin down how or why it rang differently at first, but it had the ability to transport my 10-year-old self to 4 years prior. I didn't know I'd forgotten the way her soft, natural voice sounded until I heard it again. I turned down the TV with the remote as she said, "Claire Bear, you're the best thing that ever happened to me. I love you." Then she asked me if I could give 999 a bell for her. The phone was on a black ottoman we used as a coffee table. I grabbed it and started dialing. I hadn't thought to ask why I was calling until there was an operator on the other line asking me the same question. I turned back to see that my mom's no longer standing there. So, in a stammer, I tell them, "I don't know. My mom asked me to call, but she went back into the bedroom." They asked if she was hurt. Truthfully, I hadn't gotten the best look at her. The bright screen of the TV took away any potential for my eyes to adjust to seeing in the dark. But I said no because she sounded fine. They asked if anyone else was there. I tell them I don't know. I didn't think that my mom was even here until a couple of seconds ago. I give them my name, my mom's name, and our address. Instead of disconnecting, the operator asks to stay on the line with me until emergency services arrive. Then I'm asked if I can enter the bedroom where my mom was to give her the phone. I got up from the couch and walked over to her room, but when I tried to go in, the handle would turn, but the door wouldn't budge. It was like something heavy on the other side had prevented me from entering. So I started knocking and calling out, "Mom, 999's on the phone and they need to talk to you." After a minute, I stopped knocking and pressed my ear against the wood of the door. I wanted to listen for any indication of what was going on in there. It was cold against my cheek, and the chill felt nice against my skin. My mom was singing in a whisper, like lullabies sung to a baby. For the life of me, I wouldn't be able to remember the specific tune, but I used to love when she'd sing around the house. It was barely audible, but when I heard it, I started pounding on that door again. When I stopped to listen again, the singing had stopped, but there weren't any other sounds of movement, and the door stayed unbudging with my efforts. I went back to sit on the couch, but had to hop back up again because the medics had just shown up. When I opened the door to the trailer to let them in, I made eye contact with a neighbor standing outside, an old nom vet whose name I can't remember, but the colorful ambulance lights had alerted everyone in the park, and they'd come out of their homes to be nosy. 2 medics ran in. They looked like kids. I'm not sure what age you have to be to work as a paramedic, but the guys that rushed in, they looked like they were still in high school. The bedroom was a skip from where they came in, and when they got to the bedroom, I expected these kids to struggle with the door, but it opened right away for them. Before I could start to walk toward the door, a third medic had come inside just in time to stop me from following them into the bedroom. They grabbed a blanket from the couch, and I was led outside. The paramedic with me was older than the other 2. His glasses hung low on his nose, and he slightly resembled the librarian that worked at my school. He was sweet, even made me laugh once, but despite his best efforts to distract me from what was going on, I knew when the paramedics rolled a stretcher past us, they'd covered her with a sheet like the movies. I knew exactly what I was looking at, but it didn't seem real. It couldn't have been my mom. She was just singing minutes ago. She was the one that told me to call. I ran into the trailer and into the bedroom before I could be stopped again, though I wish I had been. I wish that sweet old man would have grabbed my arm one more time, but I moved too quick. He caught up with me, but not before I saw my mom's blood splattered on the walls and carpet. Her room was torn apart like a struggle had happened. The mirror on her vanity was shattered. Drawers and clothes were thrown everywhere. There was a large dark pool of blood that soaked into the fabric of the white comforter on the bed. The plastic blinds above her window were torn down, and the window itself was pushed fully open. That's where they believe her attacker entered and exited from. The autopsy report said that along with multiple blunt force traumas that she'd experienced, she'd also been shot. It was presumed that she died earlier that day, most likely while I was at school. And to this day, her killer was never caught. The case went cold and has never been followed up on. Very early on a winter morning, my colleague Pete and I were trying to stay inside the patrol car and out of trouble. We were halfway through a week of night shifts that had turned up a dead body on a bus, someone who had choked on their own vomit and fallen asleep on a rear bench, along with a dead body at a bail inquiry, 2 inches of dead flies up against the inside of a window, and an unaliving. We had just dealt with a 2-month-old baby left alone with 2 bottles of milk while his mother got pimped out around the corner at a rough club in Dalston. He'd been screaming since 9 p.m. That's what the neighbors said when they called at midnight. We hoofed in the door. The mother and her madam had been turned up, kicking off and demanding the kid back around 2 a.m. Pete and I had expended quite a bit of energy getting her into the cells. We go back out at the end of the witching hour, 4 a.m. Our skipper promises us the easy stuff, and we get a routine call. Woman heard screaming in the street, with a general location of a tower block not far from us. We get this call several times a night. Most times an area search reveals nothing. Sometimes it's amorous foxes or loud TV. We get this a lot with gunshots. People in tower blocks watch movies with headphones so they can turn the volume right up on an action flick. The headphone lead accidentally gets pulled out, sudden eruption of calls, shots heard. But you never know. We can guarantee at least once in your career it will be something. In Hackney, in early 2000s, that could be a couple times a year. Well, we find the block, and its L-shaped open-air balcony landings with 3 stairwells, one at each end and another at the junction. We go up the first stairwell, 8 floors, not even the usual rough sleepers, very quiet. We look down each balcony, then across the middle. We planned for one of us to go down each remaining stairwell. A foil to our plans, the balcony had been sealed off with expensive-looking double-glazed partitions, so we had to go back down to ground level. This meant that we had to climb the last stairwell again, all 8 floors. We don't even know if this is where the child's screaming was heard. There's only been one call, and all is silent. We were just about to have a discussion on whether we should call it an ASNT, area search no trace, or start climbing. Then we smelt a delicate, flowery perfume. It wouldn't have hung around long, so we start climbing. On the 4th floor, we saw blood dripping down the stairs. Calling for more units and climbing a bit more tactically. We couldn't smell the perfume anymore. But on the 5th floor, wedged upright behind an emergency panel, the body of a young lady. She'd been stabbed several times around the neck, face. A large amount of blood was slowly draining out of her skull, making its way downstairs. As our colleagues are cordoning off the building, we find the victim's purse and driver's license. She has an address on the next floor. We knock on, and eventually, a sleeping flatmate comes out, confirms the victim lives there. With the detectives questioning the flatmate, we search the girl's room and find a bottle of the exact perfume we smelled downstairs. The victim lives alone but has a Russian boyfriend who the flatmate has a bad feeling about. One of the detectives used to work at Heathrow and expedites a trace on this guy's passport. The first flight to Moscow is in about an hour. We return to the station to write up our evidence. As we're going off duty, the detectives tell us the boyfriend was kicked trying to board the first flight to Russia. Bloodied wet wipes were found in a bin near his car, with a bloodied overcoat, where he had vigorously cleaned himself before abandoning the lot in the far reaches of a car park. Pete and I attended the coroner's office for the autopsy. The coroner said that she had died almost instantly, but at least 4 hours before we had found her. We asked about the perfume, and he said no trace was found on her. So, who smelt of perfume, and who screamed less than 15 minutes before we found her? Everyone in the block passed the alibi and attitude test. No one admitted seeing her or hearing any screaming. The call came from a mobile at the night bus stand across the street. All they heard was a scream. I kept trying to tell myself that it was possible that she was wearing the perfume. We just didn't smell it after that initial moment because we were focused on the blood. But the coroner looks for stuff like that, said that she wasn't wearing any. Even then, she must have applied it when she left for work the previous morning. The bottle was still on her bedside. Still, it shouldn't have been so strong to carry down 5 flights. I guess it's also possible a rough sleeper found her, screamed, and ran. But they know if they witness something like this, it's a guaranteed couple of hot meals back at the nick and pick of the lost and found. They can get some shoes, things like that, if they help us out. I don't know. Something about this case, though. I think about that perfume a lot. Is it paranormal? I don't know. Having been a nurse for 30 years, I've seen some things that I'm unable to explain. I always tried to find a logical or scientific answer for anything out of the ordinary, but sometimes that wasn't possible. One day, one of the nurses in the post-open heart surgical ICU where I worked went to draw some medication from the Pyxis machine. A Pyxis machine is an automated medication dispenser. You put in your code, the names of all the patients on your unit appear on the screen. You choose yours, and then it displays their meds, and you take them out. Simple. Who's taking care of Florence? The nurse asked all of us. Who? We said. We don't have a patient named Florence. I didn't think so. Her name's in our machine. Pharmacy must have screwed up and put her in here instead of where she really is. She called the pharmacy and informed them of their error. What are you talking about? The pharmacist asked. We have the master machine and we enter all of the names in the entire hospital. I'm looking at your machine and there's no one named Florence in your machine. Well, I'm not crazy. I'm looking at her name right now. If you don't believe me, then come up here yourself, the nurse told him, annoyed. He did. He couldn't explain it. He called the Pyxis company technician. He came to the hospital and didn't know what to make of it either. He said it was impossible to have a name show up in one machine and not appear in the master machine. After a week, her name disappeared on its own. The pharmacy insisted that they hadn't removed it. A month later, it happened again. As before, her name didn't show up in the master, but it did in ours. It stayed there for a while and then disappeared. After a few months of this, we began to see a pattern. Florence would stay in our Pyxis until 3 people died. Then she'd disappear. It didn't even need to be our patients. Any deaths in the hospital would do. But it was always 3. It reached a point that someone would go to the Pyxis and gasp, "Ladies, hang on to your patients. Florence is back." We would look around nervously. Some of us would even have conversations with the ceiling. "Stay away from my patient, Florence. Go find someone else to take." We used to joke that Florence was a celestial bus driver with a need to fill her big black bus with the dead. Once she had all of her passengers on board, she would drive them to their final destination. Florence, bus driver to the stars. We would hear a code blue called in the hospital and wait a reasonable amount of time, then page the nursing supervisor. "Did the code on 5 West make it?" we would ask. "No." "How many does Florence have now?" Everyone knew about our ghost. "That makes 2. 1 more and she'll leave us for a while." We tried to find out who our ghost was. We checked our records, and we knew that she'd never passed through our ICU. We were at a loss as to why she was targeting us, so to speak. Finally, one of the secretaries got an idea. "Let's look in the death book," she said. The death book was a ledger book, one in which we would handwrite the name of every patient who died in our ICU or in the operating room. It was a huge book, with hundreds of pages of names. But sure enough, we found Florence in the death book. She had died a week before her first appearance in our Pyxis. The reason that we couldn't find any record of her was because she had never made it to our ICU. She was meant to, but she died during surgery on the OR table. We figured that she was haunting us because she wanted to come into the ICU and never got the chance. After almost a year, we decided to send our ghost away. So how does one get rid of a ghost? Exorcism? Seance? No. We planned to do what any group of science-based, educated, rational people would do. Throw a ghost-going-away party. More specifically, a go-towards-the-light party. On the anniversary of her death, we borrowed a CPR mannequin from the education department. We put her in a hospital gown, sat her at the head of our table in the kitchen, and placed a sign around her neck that said, "Hi, my name is Florence." Just chillin' before her party. We printed a huge banner saying, "Bon voyage, Florence. Have a safe trip to the afterlife." And we strung it up in the break room. Everyone brought food and we had a potluck. Within an hour, word had spread all over the hospital that our crazy open-heart ICU nurses were having a party for a ghost. People came from other units just to see if it was true. Like ethereal spirits themselves, young doctors appeared out of thin air, sniffing the scent of our cooking and salivating over the table, groaning with food. Baby docs were always scrounging for a free meal. We heard you were having a party. Do you have any extra food that we could, they said, trying not to look so hungry and desperate. "Of course, there's plenty here," we told them as they loaded up their plates with baked ham, fried chicken, potato salad. They all ate hungrily and stared at the mannequin. "So, what's all that about?" they asked between bites. "That's Florence. She's our ghost. We threw her this going-away party so that she'll stop haunting us and gathering the souls of the dead to drive off in her bus," we told them, straight-faced. They glanced at each other warily. Okay. Hey, is that key lime pie? After our party, not a day went by that we didn't hold our breath when we accessed the Pixis machine, searching for her name. She never reappeared. It seems all she wanted was a wake. Rest in peace, Florence. Yesterday, I was surprised to see an old friend's name in my unread messages. His name's Austin. We knew each other from elementary school. He contacted me asking if I remembered a birthday party we'd both been in attendance for. His inquiry wasn't pertaining to the actual festivities, more so what happened adjacent to the party. And boy, did I remember. The birthday was being held at the apartment complex this kid lived in. The family had rented out the cabana for the day. The inside had air hockey, table tennis, and a few arcade games, which were all set to free play during the duration of the rental. Out the back doors was a long path that led to a lake with a dock. That's where most of the kids were playing that day. At that time in my life, I was very self-conscious about my body image. I was quite large compared to my peers, and they wouldn't hesitate to remind me any chance they got. As an adult, I'm able to understand that children are just holistically dumb. Fat jokes were the only low-hanging fruit of comedy their grubby little paws could grasp. But as a kid, it was traumatic. Needless to say, I spent the majority of my time in the cabana, pretending that I was too obsessed with getting high scores in the arcade games to bother with the water. Austin was also in the cabana that day because he had a big cast on his arm from a break he sustained a few months prior. This being the 90s, the small amount of chaperone supervision was focused primarily down by the lake, meaning Austin and I were alone in the cabana for most of the party. Personally, I preferred this, but Austin wanted to sneak away and explore the whole cabana. It was a huge building, and surely there had to be more exciting stuff compared to what was in the designated game room. I don't know what we were expecting to find that would be cooler than what was in the game room, but again, we were holistically dumb. And with no adult in sight, Austin and I opened the unlocked, staff-only door located on one of these walls. The door led into a small hallway that led to a stairwell. Austin led the way as we climbed the flight of stairs. First door we found was locked, so we walked up another flight and tried the next one. It opened. Through this door was another hallway. It was dark. Keeping the stairwell door open, we used the light to search for a light switch, but there were none on the walls. I looked up, and there weren't even light fixtures on the ceiling, almost like it was under construction. But from the stairwell glow, the rest of the visible hallway looked intact. Clean carpet, no musky odors. We could also see another door directly across the way. It was a large glass door. It looked slightly illuminated from the sunlight coming in from the room's windows. Seeing that as our next destination, we let the stairwell door close behind us, turning the hallway black again, aside from the light emanating from the glass door in front of us. It was about 20 paces from where we were, but we were both a bit spooked, standing in the dark, quiet hallway. Austin was more hesitant to take the lead this time, and we walked parallel, approaching the door. After the first few steps, I began to feel that overwhelming sense of dread, like something was waiting to grab us from the shadows. The only reason I continued walking was because I didn't want to look like a baby in front of a new potential friend. Out of nowhere, Austin says, "What?" And so I say, "What?" And he says, "Were you just whispering?" I say no, and he gives a forced laugh and says, "Oh, weird." Most likely trying not to look like a baby in front of a new potential friend. So we continue towards the glass door. The sense of dread has only grown in my stomach, and I swear I see movement in the black around us. I don't know if I actually saw the dark moving, but to this day, I haven't seen anything like what I was seeing in that hallway. It was like waves of shadows rippling around the walls. My eyes couldn't comprehend exactly what I was seeing. Then, I feel Austin's cast pressed against my chest. stopping my stride. He doesn't have to tell me why we stopped, because when I stare directly forward again at the glass door, there's now a silhouette on the other side of the glass, blocking out a portion of the door's light. It stood completely still, examining us from the other side. We froze, holding our breath in fear, until the shadow disappeared like a blink, as if it was never there. The door once again had a soft glow fully engulfing the glass and the carpet in front of the door. It was gone faster than we could react. Austin and I remained statued for a good couple of seconds before our brains told us to panic and run. When we get to the stairwell door, the handle acts as if it's locked, and Austin starts pounding on the door with his cast while we both cry out in terror. It's only after 5 or 6 desperate shakes that the door handle fully turns, and the door pops open into the stairwell with ease. At this point, we're both in tears, absolutely bawling as we run down the stairs back to the cabana game room. When we get back, there's thankfully still no one in there, and we have enough time to go to the bathroom and get cleaned up. We agree that we couldn't tell anyone because we knew that we'd get in trouble for trespassing past the staff-only door. Honestly, after that, the rest of the party was a blur. I don't even remember if I sang happy birthday to the kid before leaving. But 30 years later, and still, I remember that hallway vividly. Unfortunately, being with someone almost makes it worse, because your brain can't just forget it as a distorted child memory. There's someone else out there that shares the very same, very real memory I experienced. So I'm a 27-year-old Uber driver, and of all the messed up stories I've collected over the last year, none of them have screwed with my head like with what happened last night. Once I got home, it took me hours to fall asleep. Then I dreamed about it, and now I'm writing about it. I always work nights on the weekends. I'm not in a big city, so if you want to actually make enough money to live on, that's when you have to do it. As usual, I spent most of my time driving drunk people around, but none of them were especially rowdy or loud. It was actually one of the easiest nights I've had. Then, at 4 a.m., I signed out of work and headed home. I was almost out of the city limits when I saw a distraught girl standing on the side of the road, sobbing with her hands over her face. It wasn't the safest place for her to be, especially alone. I had to check on her. I'm not a complete idiot. I know the scam where a woman tricks you into pulling over, but I would have never forgiven myself if I kept driving and something happened. As I pulled over, I reached under my seat and placed my gun within easy reach, just in case. And then I cracked the passenger window. She looked at me, and I could see her tears were genuine. Her eyes were red and puffy, snot poured from her nose, and her words were barely intelligible. All the while, I was looking in every direction, ready to hit the gas if anyone else appeared, but they didn't. She had a fight with her boyfriend who made her get out of the car a couple of miles back. That was how far she'd walked before she couldn't go any further. I offered to take her home, and once the door was open, I could see that she was wearing open-toed sandals with a yellow dress which was covered in mud. She even apologized for tracking mud into the car, but that was the last thing on my mind. Assuming that she had fallen on her walk, I didn't mention it. I drove by the bridge where she was left at all the time, and it crossed over an especially muddy creek bed. The road flooded when it rained, and there'd been a lot of rain lately. The guy who ditched her also threw her purse out the window as he drove off. Her phone was inside, so she didn't have a light to look for it or a way to call for help. Nothing. There were no other cars around when we got close to the bridge, so I turned on the high beams, slowed to a crawl, and rolled down the window in hopes of seeing her purse before we had to get out and physically search. It would have been on the driver's side, so my full attention was focused on the tall, muddy grass along the road. My back was to the woman, but we continued our conversation, and I'd already let go of any suspicions. When we were about to pull onto the bridge, I asked if she wanted to do one more pass before we got out, but she didn't respond. Assuming that she was trying to make up her mind, I added that my eyesight isn't the greatest, and she might have better luck, but she still didn't answer. Finally, I turned towards her, but she was gone. She hadn't crawled in the back seat. She wasn't on the floorboard, and it's ridiculous that I even checked because it's a pretty small car. If she had moved, I would still be able to see her. Logically, I understand that she couldn't have gotten out either. If she had, the doors would have made the unlock sound, and the lights would have come on. It would have been impossible to miss. Yet there I was, alone in the middle of that dark road. So I got out and called for her. I hadn't realized she never said her name until that moment. But as I stood in the silent night, I couldn't help returning to my original theory. Was it a setup after all? Were there a bunch of guys hiding in the trees, waiting for me to step away from the car? Even if they were, how had she gotten out? Well, I wasn't going to test my theory. Regardless of how she did it, she had clearly brought me there and left me under her own volition. She'd been incredibly upset, but she wasn't behaving erratically or irrationally. Given the circumstances, she'd made perfectly logical choices until that moment. After calling out a few more times, I quickly got back into the car and left, paying especially close attention to the tree line, but I still didn't see anyone. I replayed her disappearance the whole way home, and I came no closer to understanding what occurred. In my garage, I realized that the mud was gone too. My floorboards were clean again, as if she never existed. I genuinely began to wonder if I lost my mind. My brother thought I was on drugs, while my sister just sounded worried and asked me to get some sleep. It wasn't until later this afternoon that I spoke to anyone who actually believed me. I always go to the same gas station near my house, so everyone knows me pretty well there. The owner, Jeb, a man in his 60s, has lived here his entire life, and he believed me because he knew the girl. If I had described her to him, or anyone at all, I would think that he was messing with me. But this was too freaky to write off. I shared almost every detail that I've shared here, right down to what I was thinking, every step of the way. But I never described anything about her physical appearance, other than I believed her to be in her 20s. Yet when my story was finished, he described her as if he had been there. He knew what she looked like, and what she was wearing, down to her open-toed sandals. And he told me a couple of stories. One was about how he had once seen the same woman standing on the side of the same road. One night, he was on his way home and he didn't notice her until it was too late to stop. So he parked further up and reversed back towards where she was, only she wasn't there anymore. Assuming he had frightened her, he tried calling out to ask if she needed help, but there was no response. Not sure what else to do, he went home. That happened to him 5 years ago. The next day, he ran into a cop buddy and mentioned the girl, wondering if something had happened to her or if there had been an accident. After describing the event, his friend went pale, told him about a murder that had taken place the previous year. A young couple had been out together when they began to argue. It escalated to the point that the boyfriend pulled over and forced the girlfriend out of the car. Once she was out, he sped off, but soon turned around and ran her over, right there on the side of the road. Her body was found the following morning, and the boyfriend was caught in the neighboring state shortly after. No matter how I look at it, I can't come up with any explanation other than I must have given a ride to a ghost. Before my grandmother died in 2022, I asked her if I could publish her stories. Not only did she give me permission, but she gave me her journals where she documented a lot of her most interesting experiences. She'd worked at a couple of haunted locations, so much so that I believe my grandmother was sensitive. She never said that, but Her experiences aren't ones that I think just everyone has. Don't get me wrong, I've always wanted to experience something paranormal like this. I do believe in this stuff. Like, I know I'd be scared, but the curiosity outweighs the fear. Either way, the story about my grandmother's time working at St. Ignatius Hospital in Colfax, Washington, is one of my favorite stories of hers. So I'm just going to share it in her words instead of trying to rewrite it myself. Oh, also, some things have changed since she initially wrote this. You can actually visit this place. It's been converted into a historical museum. I've not personally been there since I live in Utah, and I have yet to make my way to Washington, but I wanted to throw that out there. Thanks for sharing. The Sisters of Providence. The second hospital I ever worked with, St. Ignatius, was the most active. It wasn't a traditional busyness. The patient population had been diminishing for years. Part of my job was collecting that sort of data, and it was clear St. Ignatius was not a busy hospital. Not anymore. Instead, the activity I felt, it was spiritual, residual. By the time they closed as St. Ignatius in 1964, the same year I gave birth to my daughter, Michelle, it was mainly due to a lack of patients there. It was simply too expensive to maintain. But in its heyday, the hospital served as one of the most important healthcare systems in the entire region. I was looking forward to the work I had to do there. I knew the hospital had a lot of history, but the first time I walked in there, I realized just how much of it lived inside those walls still. I could feel it. The air was heavy with the scent of antiseptic, but there was something else lingering there, something most consider inexplicable. But I had felt the feeling before. Holy Trinity in Palouse, Nani's house in Clarkston. The hospital was haunted. That's when I learned about the Sisters of Providence. Several framed photos throughout the hospital, little statements underneath some of them, plaques sharing the same sentiment. The Sisters of Providence were instrumental in the establishment of St. Ignatius Hospital in Colfax, Washington. They recognized the need for medical care in the area and took the initiative to create the hospital. An incredible statement, though it only tells part of the story. Before I learned everything, I knew enough to know that the presence was likely that of the sisters. As I made my way through mostly vacant hallways, I wasn't frightened, though I did feel slight unease at their quickly vanishing apparitions. These became more frequent the more times I visited and the longer I stayed there. Sure, they meant no harm, but it's something to get used to, undoubtedly. I had the opportunity to venture deeper into the heart of the hospital. Though it was now just mainly archives and a collection of unused spaces, that's where I was given a small workplace to go about my business without encroaching on valuable space necessary to the medical staff. The air was a bit more stale in those places. Goosebumps rose on my arms, and though it was cold, those weren't the response to a change in weather. It was as if whatever had been with me throughout the mainstay hospital had followed me there, too. The sound of distant, steady footsteps echoed through the empty corridors. I knew they weren't the result of anything evil or in despair. There was warmth there, a sense of guardianship. As I delved deeper over the next few hours, I discovered the past. These items in literature weren't the ones out in the open for everyone to find. Instead, tucked away in the unused corridors of the hospital. Old filing cabinets and boxes filled with more photographs, tattered journals, prayer manuals, and other forgotten relics that actually revealed the stories of the nuns. More than just their devotion to their faith, but also how instrumental and connected to that place they were. These sisters, these nuns, were actively involved in the planning and fundraising, as many of the plaques implied. But I found it especially noteworthy that they had participated in the actual construction of the hospital, which opened its doors in 1893. They even continued to manage and provide the healthcare services at St. Ignatius Hospital for many years, ensuring that the community had access to good quality medical care. Many of the sisters spent their final days inside St. Ignatius. It was their home. To this day, I cannot forget that hospital, the sisters that wander its halls. It had a surprisingly profound impact on my life. Their presence serves as a constant reminder that spirits of the past can linger, seeking solace or understanding in the hearts of the living. And though their presence may be unsettling, the human spirit is so powerful, living and beyond. There's a wooden cross on the bend of a 2-lane highway just before taking the exit to my small town. I've lived here for years. Family lived out here, and after I graduated, I came to work for my uncle's roofing company. I casually gazed at this cross while passing by upwards between 3 or 4 times a day. It's a good reminder to slow down, driving through these hills. The longer you live here, the easier twists and turns become. I'd like to hope I'm not the only one that pumps their brakes a little more when driving these roads. Sadly, this wooden cross isn't alone. Every few miles you'll see another one. A lot on such a small stretch of highway. But I'd find out. The crosses aren't at all an accurate depiction of the deaths that have happened. And while many of these are from driving under the influence, other accidents have had us scratching our heads when reading about them on our police department's Twitter account. Since I moved out here, I never liked driving on our highway at night. To easily sum it up, it's a twisty, thin road with a lane for east and a lane for west, divided by a thin yellow line. On each of the other sides are steep, mountainous drops. The only lights helping you see are the ones attached to your car. It's easy to see how most of the accidents occur. But then a notification will light up my phone, telling me that they found a truck, unoccupied, with its hazards blinking. They identified the vehicle's owner from the wallet left in the glove box. They put on an extensive search in the area, but from what I know, the guy never came back to his car, and he was never found. I myself have seen balls of light racing in and out of the trees. Around here, no one's gonna think you're telling a lie if you mention Bigfoot. I've seen 2 of those big fuckers duking it out with each other right in the middle of the road. At least that's what it looked like. Either that or a big furry rock slide, and oddly enough, I haven't seen a furry rock. Mossy rocks I've seen, but rocks screaming and swinging on each other like massive gorillas with long legs, rolling down an embankment and off another. If I was any closer, they probably would have taken me off the edge with them. We think they live in the abandoned mining caves located around town. Guns don't work on them. My buddy tried blasting one in his backyard, but that just pissed it off. He ended up getting all of his windows smashed in by a showering of big rocks being thrown periodically through the night until sunrise. Most of the time, they just stay out of our way. It's rare to actually see one up close, but I wasn't trying to make this about Bigfoot. I apologize, because honestly, I don't think they're the ones to blame for the accidents. Driving down this highway, I've also seen spirits manifest in the road. If I didn't have my wits about me, I would have naturally cranked the wheel until my car went off a cliff from a 90-degree turning angle. The city repairs the thin metal barrier, but the rubber tire marks remain on the pavement for years. There's something deeply creepy about seeing these faded trails that lead straight off the edge of the road. From the stories I've heard from others that have seen them, they think the spirits are intentionally trying to scare the drivers off the cliff because they're lonely. With so many deaths, I don't know how they could be so lonely, though. There should be enough souls out there to throw a mini festival. Decades and decades of them. The county couldn't financially undertake the job that it would take to make this road safer, at least not anytime soon. All we could do is buckle up and drive cautiously. The wildlife around here stay mostly in the forested area. I've only had to slow down for a half full of deer crossing the road. But some people, they'll go as far as to tell you that the deer can't be trusted. This last one I actually heard a couple weeks ago down at the bar. A lady from one of our neighboring towns had walked into the bar, telling everyone that on her drive in, she saw a deer on the side of the road. It was standing up on two legs. Its face looked decayed, more skeleton than skin. It had huge black eyes, and it stared at her when she sped by. When she looked in her rearview mirror, it was chasing her. She floored it the rest of the way to the bar. The old pervs were the first to offer words of advice and trade horror stories in line with hers. One going as far as to blame these accidents on the deer. And at this point, I'd be a fool to rule anything out that seems too strange to be true. I'm 18 and just finished my senior year. A lumber company recently bought some land behind my house and clear-cut the woods. When they left, we discovered an old cemetery about a half-mile back. There's maybe a dozen graves, the most recent being from 1864. The headstones were all faded and covered with overgrowth to the point that most of them were unreadable. Since I wasn't busy with school, I decided to clean them off and get a few tips from YouTube. Apparently, there's entire channels dedicated to people restoring random old tombstones. Go figure. My friend and girlfriend came to help on the last day. We didn't get out there until late afternoon, so we were just finishing the last two as the sun was going down. While we were packing up, Leela screamed because she saw a dark silhouette moving between the graves. We shined our flashlights all over the area, but nothing was there. And then as we were driving away, we all saw someone run behind the gravestone and disappear. They just never came out on the other side, and it wasn't very big. A person shouldn't have been able to hide behind it. Leela was too freaked out to return, but Dylan and I went back the next day to look around. We both tried to hide behind the same grave, but it wasn't big enough to cover either of us. And Dylan is pretty small. The figure that we saw was definitely my size or bigger. Even if someone laid flat, we should still be able to see them. I had to know if it was a ghost or a trespasser. So we went back again the next night, sat in the truck with the lights off. The moon gave us just enough light to make out our surroundings, and we brought a spotlight just in case. I'm sure ghost hunting is fun when you're walking around a huge cemetery or an abandoned psych ward, but when you're just waiting in a truck, it's pretty dull. About 30 minutes in, we were both ready to leave, but we agreed to stay at least an hour for science. That's when Dylan decided he couldn't wait to pee, and he stepped out. I told him, do not piss near the graves. It's like the first rule of graveyards. I wanted to see a ghost, not piss one off. I shouldn't have said anything, because that just gave Dylan the idea to expedite the hunt. He walked right up to the big headstone and did his business all over the front of it. Then he stumbled forward, screamed for the light, and began turning in circles, like he was looking for someone. I got the light on him, but there was nothing else around. When he came back to the truck, he was pale and shaking. I've known Dylan since kindergarten, and he's the worst liar I've ever met. There's no way that he put on an act that convincing. He said someone pushed him from behind, but it stung. I looked at his back, and there were faint red scratch marks right in the middle of his shoulder blades. He was never out of my sight. Nobody was behind him, at least no one that we could see. He wanted to leave right then, But I convinced him to stay for an extra half hour. I mean, that's what we came for, isn't it? A few minutes later, we started to hear a noise, like someone was tapping their fingers on the side of the truck. I got the light, but as soon as I turned it toward the sound, it stopped. Nothing was there. I turned it off again, but the tapping never resumed, and Dylan wasn't willing to stay a single extra minute past the deadline. I turned on the high beams and started to reverse out of there, but when I looked into the rearview mirror, it was my turn to scream. There was a man in my back seat. He was dressed like an Amish person. There was no skin to the left side of his face. Suddenly, ghost hunting was no longer a sport I wanted to participate in. I jumped out of the truck, shined my flashlight into the back seat, but it was empty. Dylan saw nothing, but he screamed and got out too. Once I explained, we had a short debate over whether it was the best idea to drive back or walk, but walking through the dark fields seemed worse. After an extremely thorough inspection, I drove us back without glancing into the mirrors. We haven't been back to that graveyard, but I think that ghost guy followed Dylan home. He's had things in his room fall off shelves, his keys get moved, and he's seen someone walk past his door while being home alone. This week, when I saw him, he had more scratches on his back. He doesn't remember getting them, just that they were there when he woke up. I know this makes me sound horrible, but part of me's just so relieved that nothing followed me home. I mean, to be fair, I told him not to piss on the graves. Growing up, my family always felt watched. Not in the typical paranoid kid-in-the-dark way. I mean, all of us. My dad, my siblings, even myself. We've all seen something. Or someone. A tall, dark figure that would appear at random and always vanish just as quickly. It wasn't until I got older that I started putting the pieces together, especially after something my dad once said. It's always followed your mom. And that stuck with me, because after my parents divorced, we spent less time with our mom, and none of us saw it again. My mom, though, she never talks about it. She shuts down completely when the subject comes up, tightens her jaw, looks away, changes the subject. My dad's mentioned it only a handful of times, and even then, never in detail. But I remember him telling me once that I used to talk to it when I was little. He'd hear me in my room having full conversations, and when he asked who I was talking to, I'd say, the tall man. Apparently, that was a regular occurrence. My brother had his own issues with it too. When we lived in an apartment years ago, he refused to use the bathroom at night, said he saw something standing in the corner more than once. At first, my parents thought that he was just scared of the dark, that it got to the point where he'd hold it until the morning. I remember hearing him cry once because he was too scared to go in, even with the lights on. For me, the worst moment came during what I now know as sleep paralysis. I was maybe 8. I woke up in the middle of the night, completely frozen. I couldn't speak, couldn't move, just stuck there with my eyes open, staring at the ceiling. And there it was, not standing in the corner, but pressed against the ceiling, like it was defying gravity. Its back was flat to the surface, limbs fully spread out. Its head was looking down towards me, as if it was waiting for me to notice it. It didn't move. It didn't have to. Just the sight of it, up there, watching. It was enough to burn the memory into my brain like a brand. I didn't sleep in that room again for weeks. Years later, after the divorce, I went a long time without anything strange happening. That weird pressure in the air, the feeling that something was in the room just behind you, it was gone. I figured maybe it had moved on. Maybe it had always been tied to that house or that apartment or whatever. But then it happened again. Not long ago, I was visiting my mom at my aunt's house. While walking through the house, I caught something out of the corner of my eye. There's a set of stairs off the side of the living room, and I saw something, tall and dark, walk halfway up, then stop, then turn and walk back down. The view was partially blocked by the railing, so I didn't get a clear look, but it was there. I know it was. Later that same day, my aunt mentioned that she'd seen a shadow behind her, on that same staircase, the same time of day. She said it like she was trying to laugh it off, but the look in her eyes was uneasy, like it had rattled her more than she was letting on. I don't know if it's the same thing. I don't know if it's following me, or if it ever truly left. But I can't shake the feeling that it's tied to something bigger, something connected to my mom, maybe even something older than any of us realize. She won't talk about it. My dad barely does. And as for me, I try not to think about it without much success. And even all these years later, I'll still check the ceiling sometimes when I wake up in the middle of the night, just in case. I hadn't thought of this memory for so long until reading comments. It was like something buried deep in my mind was suddenly brought to the surface. When I was a kid, my family lived out in the middle of nowhere in rural Montana. We had acres upon acres of land, surrounded by dense woods and fields that seemed to stretch on forever. My brothers and I spent most of our days exploring, making up games, and testing the limits of our curiosity. One particular summer day stands out. We were wandering further than usual, our feet crunching over twigs and leaves, when we stumbled across something we had never seen before. Tucked into the trees, partially hidden by overgrown brush, was a cabin, or what was left of one. The place looked like it had been abandoned for decades. The roof sagged in places. The wooden walls were grayed and splintered, and one corner had completely collapsed on itself. But what drew us closer wasn't the eerie isolation of the cabin. It was the way it seemed wrong, like it didn't belong there. We didn't hesitate, though. We were kids after all, and caution wasn't exactly in our vocabulary. We approached the rotting porch, the boards groaning under our weight as we crept inside. The first thing that hit us was the smell, damp, moldy, with a strange chemical undertone that made my stomach turn. The inside was just as dilapidated as the outside, but there was one detail that stood out, one that I'll never forget. Orange prescription pill bottles. They were everywhere. At first, it didn't seem so strange. Maybe someone had left a few behind. But as we moved deeper into the cabin, it became overwhelming. Open a cupboard and pill bottles would come spilling out. Peer under the sink, there were more. They littered the countertops, filled the drawers, and even sat in piles beneath makeshift furniture. The bottles were in every corner, every crevice, some hidden, some in plain sight, but all of them empty. Hundreds of them. I remember my brothers and I exchanging uneasy glances. We were kids, but even we could tell this wasn't normal. What kind of person needed that many pills, or had been bringing them here, one by one, for some reason that we just couldn't understand? The bottles didn't have labels that we could make out, just worn, faded text. It looked like they'd been deliberately scratched off. We didn't stay long. The air got heavier the longer we were in there. The cabin itself was pressing on us, urging us to leave, basically. I can't explain it, but I remember feeling like we weren't supposed to be there, like we'd stumbled into something that wasn't meant to be found. To this day, I can't shake the image of those bottles, hundreds of them, empty, scattered throughout that forgotten place. Who left them there? And why? I'll never know, but even now, the thought of it sends a chill down my spine. I worked nights at an office depot in the early 2000s. There were 2, at most 3 of us locked in the store overnight. The manager would let us out at 6 a.m. No one could come in or out without setting off the alarm. The weird things that happened started with footsteps down the hallway. My coworker and I would be in the back office printing signs, and all of a sudden you'd hear someone walking down the hallway towards us. One of us would peek out, and there would be no one there. One night we're working, and around 3 a.m., the store phone keeps ringing. My coworker finally picks it up, listens for a few seconds, and says, "Sorry, you have the wrong number," and hangs up. It rings again. Same girl. He hangs up. Calls again. This time he puts her on speaker. She's crying, sobbing. "Why won't you talk to me? What's wrong with you?" My coworker, "Ma'am, you have the wrong number. Please stop calling." He hangs up. He looks at me and he says, "This is fucking weird, man." I tell him it's just some crazy person calling. No big deal. The phone rings again. He puts it on speaker. "I'm not crazy." Click. She hangs up and never calls again. Scared the ever-loving shit out of us. One night I'm stocking the supply side of the store, envelopes and stuff like that. My coworker comes running over from tech and heads to the next aisle over. He says there's someone in the store. I think that he's messing with me, but he's clearly disturbed by it. We search the store, and no one's there. I asked what he saw, and he says that there was a man walking parallel to me on the next aisle. He was up on a ladder stocking printers and saw him. He was extremely spooked by this, almost falling off the ladder. One night, 3 of us were working together in one aisle, goofing off, really, and we hear a man's voice on the other side of the store yell out, "What the hell?" at the top of his lungs. It scared all of us so badly, we called the morning manager. He wasn't happy, told us to quit fucking around. When I took 2 weeks off for my honeymoon, the guy that they got to cover for me lasted 1 week before he quit. I ran into him a few weeks after I got back, asked him what happened. He said he couldn't do it. He kept seeing people standing there out of the corner of his eye, but when he looked, no one was there. He said footsteps turned into something charging at him, something invisible. The night crew stopped when I left. My coworker quit and they hired a woman to replace him. Her second night, she came up to me and said the back of her neck was on fire. I looked, and she had these fresh, deep red scratches running from her neck to the middle of her back. They weren't bleeding, but they were obvious, and they looked painful. It scared the hell out of her, and me, to be quite honest. That was the last straw for me. I quit a few days later. I don't talk about this, really. Whenever I have, people get that look. You know the one. They're waiting for you to finish, so they can politely write you off as going through something. But I know what happened. I know what I felt. And even if I don't know what it was, I know it wasn't human. It started last spring. I just moved into my apartment and nothing major was off. The shifts from normal to bad started a few months after moving in. First, small stuff, little annoyances that I brushed off. I'd find things knocked over when I came home, like a cup tipped off the counter, shoes turned around, picture frame slightly off. I assumed I was being clumsy or tired, distracted. But then it escalated. One night I was getting ready for bed, and the bathroom door slammed shut behind me, so hard it shook the mirror. No windows open, no draft, just this violent, intentional slam. It felt like it was aimed at me. I thought maybe someone had broken in. I checked the whole apartment and nothing. Just me and the silence that followed after I stopped hurrying around. But the worst moment, the one that I still wake up remembering, was about a week after the door slamming. I was in the kitchen, barefoot, getting a glass of water. All of a sudden, I felt this force, cold and fast. It rushed past me and shoved me from behind, hard. I hit the floor so fast, I didn't have time to catch myself. My lip split open on the tile. My glass shattered. I screamed, not because it hurt, but because I knew that no one else was there. But something had pushed me. I felt it, the weight, the intention. And right before it happened, just for a second, I swear I felt and heard a breath in my ear, a low, angry exhale. Not like wind, not like a floorboard creaking. It was a breath. After that, it didn't even stop. Lights flickering when I entered a room, the sense of being watched so intense, I couldn't sleep without the lights on. I even stayed with a friend for a few nights, and after I begged her to tell me if I was crazy or not, she admitted to me she heard footsteps pacing outside my bedroom one night when she'd stayed over. She said it was obvious it was coming from right outside the door, but it was even more obvious that no one was out there because the door was open and she could see clearly. I moved out a month later. I left some furniture behind. I didn't care. Whatever it wasn't tied to me, so that's what I thought. 2 weeks after moving, my car radio switched to static, and then it cut out completely. For a few seconds, I couldn't breathe. Not panic, actual suffocation, like the air was gone. I felt this wave of horror like this was death. And then, just like that, it stopped. I was able to catch my breath again. The radio was back, like nothing had happened. I screamed at the top of my lungs, telling whatever it was to go away, to leave me alone. I don't know exactly what I said, but I know it was hysterical. Nothing like it's ever happened since, though. I don't know what it was. A spirit, a presence, just pure hatred. All I know is it wasn't there to just scare me. I think it was truly there to hurt me, maybe even kill me. I, along with several other people that I've worked with, have had unexplained experiences. One in particular sticks in my mind. One afternoon, we had an old couple in a nicer neighborhood die. It was a murder-suicide. The husband had terminal cancer, and the wife was bad off with dementia. He laid her down on some plastic in the living room and shot her and then himself. He left a note, but it was kind of rambling and hard to make anything out of it. Several months and a cleanup later, a young couple bought the house at a really cheap price. It had sat on the market for about 9 months, so they came in low and got the house. About 3 weeks later, the wife called in the middle of the night, saying that someone was in the house upstairs. We all show up, clear the house, and find nothing. Both parents and both children all said the same story. They saw a dark figure walk from the hallway into a room. The same thing happened every night for the rest of the week. It got to the point where the entire family wouldn't go upstairs, and the lights stayed on 24/7. Eventually, the family got tired of living in fear, so they went to stay with the family for a bit. They asked that we keep an eye on the house, which in all honesty, we'd already been doing because who wouldn't want to see a ghost, right? They gave us access to their house, permission to enter if necessary. Late one night, I was driving by, hopped out of my car to check on things, when I saw someone walk by the upstairs window, and then the light in that room turned off. I called up my partner, and we made entry into the house. The feeling inside was awful. You knew something wasn't right. The air just felt depressed. Kind of like the feeling you get at a funeral home, but times 10. We searched downstairs and made sure that nobody could come in or out. We weren't real happy about going upstairs, but it was our job, so we did it. Let me tell you, upstairs felt disgusting and oppressive. Imagine how it feels when you're in a swimming pool. You try to run or move quickly through the water, but it's really restrictive, so you can't. That's the best way to describe the feeling. All of a sudden, the same room whose light I saw turn off, turned back on. Creepy. We went into the room and nothing. As a matter of fact, not a single person was in the whole house. This was years before body cameras were a thing, so a lot of us made it a common practice to carry pocket-sized digital recorders in our pockets to protect ourselves and offer as evidence should we need to. On reviewing our recording, we could hear talking that wasn't either my partner or I. Our voices were easily discernible, and the other voice definitely wasn't ours. Nor was it really loud enough or clear enough to make out what it was saying, but it was obvious that it was there. It would have been like if someone was in another room talking, and you could pick up the conversation, but couldn't make out the words. Neither of us heard the talking when we were there in person. Made your hair stand on end, gave you chills to hear it. To this day, it vividly stands out in my mind, even though that was very early on in my career. A buddy and I were driving through some Texas backroads late one night. It was raining hard, one of those steady downpours where the windshield wipers can barely keep up, and everything outside the headlights turns into a black, shifting blur. Out there aren't streetlights, just stretches of empty road, scattered farmhouses spaced miles apart, open land as far as the eye can see, if you could see anything at all through the rain. We had to slow way down just to stay on the road, creeping along with only the occasional fence line or mailbox breaking up the nothingness. And that's when we saw her. She was walking along the side of the road. Nothing remarkable about her, just a woman, dressed for the weather, head down against the rain, but she was out in the middle of nowhere. And that didn't make any sense. No car nearby, no houses within at least 2 miles. I pointed her out, but my buddy had already seen her. I could tell by the way that he was tightening his grip on the wheel that he was nervous. "Should we stop?" I asked. He didn't answer right away, just kept driving, fingers tapping the steering wheel, like he was weighing something in his head. Finally, he shook his head. "I don't know, man. That's weird." And I agreed it was weird, but that was exactly why we should stop, right? If she was out there in the middle of nowhere in the pouring rain, something must have gone wrong. Maybe her car broke down. Maybe she'd gotten lost. Whatever the reason, she had to be freezing, drenched. But my buddy was uneasy, and since he was driving, he kept going. Still, it nagged at me. Something about it felt off. After a minute, I convinced him to turn around, just to check. We'd gone barely a couple 100 feet before he pulled a slow U-turn, the tires kicking up water. We drove back, high beams on, scanning the road, the ditches, the fields beyond the fences. She wasn't there. The road was empty, just a stretch of wet pavement disappearing into the dark. We slowed even more, brights cutting across the fields. Nothing, no movement, no sign that anyone had been there at all. "She must have cut through to a house or something," my buddy muttered. But he didn't sound convinced. Neither was I. Because there was nowhere to go. The fields were wide open, flat, and muddy as hell. If she'd walked through, there'd be tracks. And even if she had, where was the house? The nearest one was miles up the road. We sat there for a minute, rain hammering on the roof, wipers squeaking against the glass. Eventually, my buddy exhaled sharply, shook his head. "Let's just go." Neither of us said much the rest of the way home. True story. Virginia Beach, my girlfriend and I decided to soak up the last bit of nature before we hit the road. As the light faded and the sun was setting, we realized we'd stayed too long. The park's gates were about to close. We didn't want to get locked in. The place was dead quiet. No other cars, no other people. We jumped in the car and started heading for the exit. And that's when we saw her. A young girl sitting on a cement block by the side of the road. She was wearing an old-fashioned, long dress, the kind you'd see in history books. In her hands, she held a large red ball, perfectly still. She was pale, thin, long brown hair. She didn't even glance at us as we drove by, just stared straight ahead, like she was waiting for something. It's hard to explain, but it felt wrong. Who was she waiting for? Why wasn't she in a hurry to leave the park? We kept going, trying to shake the weirdness of it, but things somehow got worse. Ahead of us, a man stood in the middle of the road, blocking our path. He looked just as out of place as the girl, dressed in suspenders over a dirty white shirt, black pants caked with mud. He waved his arms, motioning for us to stop, but something about him was off. As we got closer, we could see his face. His eyes were wild. His mouth was twisted with anger. He didn't look like someone who needed help. He looked like someone who we needed to get away from. "Don't stop," my girlfriend whispered. I didn't. I swerved to the side, and the man lunged towards the car. His fingers slapped against the window as we sped past. When I glanced in the rearview mirror, my stomach dropped. He was running after us, full sprint, his arms pumping, like he'd been waiting all night for a chase. We hit the gas. The tires were screeching as we made it to the gate. I remember I glanced back one last time, and there was nobody there. We never went back. We never figured out who or what they were. I was born in Port Elizabeth, South Africa, and lived with my mom and siblings in Holland Park until the age of 8. We were all enrolled in the local primary school around the corner from our house. The school had those temporary classrooms back in 1989 when I was in grade 1. One evening after a function at the school, I walked past one of the temporary classrooms with 2 friends. We heard a strange noise coming from the room, sounding like a chair being scraped across the floor. Looking in through the window, I distinctly remember seeing a very small, green man, looking almost like a toddler, with very long arms, jumping to and fro on the tables, scraping his nails on the floor as he went. I can remember feeling cold all over and simply turning and running, with my friends following behind. I'm now almost 37 years old and still remember this clearly. I have no idea what it could have been, though. If there is a logical explanation, I cannot think of what it might be. I've been thinking lately that it may have been some kind of Takalashi creature, or something along those lines. But what would it be doing in a classroom? Well, that's beyond me. I have had other mildly frightening experiences, such as hearing the back door of our house open while in another room. When I went to look, the door was locked. Other than these experiences, I don't think I've had contact with anything supernatural. But I do think this was supernatural. Any comments or insights on the little green man would be appreciated, if only to try and solve the mystery once and for all. I have quite a few experiences I can't explain, but this one happened just yesterday. I was looking out at the mountains. I live on another mountain, so it's a great view. I was looking from my window when I saw some people walking down the side of one. very clearly humanoid figures. I watched them for a little while before going to paint, and I suddenly realized that for me to have seen them that clearly from so far away would mean that they needed to be huge. I rushed back over, but I didn't see them again. That's not the first time something similar has happened since I moved here either. As crazy as it sounds, I'm starting to think that there's giants in these mountains. Update. I swear I saw one again today. Only one this time. Looked like it was wearing some kind of backpack or bag. My mom was there. She said she saw something, but couldn't tell what it was. When I was a kid, my uncle owned an antique shop, and my parents would leave me with him when I didn't have school. During my 5th grade spring break, I was dropped off at 7:30 and picked up at 5:30. Sometimes I cleaned, sometimes my uncle would show me an interesting item, but most of the time, I played with his personal collection in the back area. He had all sorts of antique toys. My favorites were the tabletop pinball machines, but he also had a jack-in-the-box that dated back to the 1700s. He bought it the previous month, but wanted to show it to me before he sold it. Apparently, it came with an interesting story, one about a doctor having it made especially for an ill child who passed away shortly after. The family left his room as a shrine and spent much of their time praying over his bed. Soon, they began hearing noises during the night, only to find the boy's jack-in-the-box in a new position. I was fully into the story, gawking at this old toy in slight fear but complete awe, until my uncle burst into laughter and explained how many dealers made up stories to bolster the desire of a specific item. This was the 60s, by the way, so it worked pretty well back then. I was disappointed, but that didn't stop me from enjoying the toy itself. The original ones didn't have a hand crank. They were just boxes, and the puppets popped out when you opened them. I think the first one was made by a German in the 1500s, but don't quote me on that. My uncle's apartment was upstairs, and I was having so much fun that he offered to keep me overnight. My parents agreed, happy to save the extra trip, and I continued playing with all the best toys. Later that evening, I made a bed on the couch. I tried to ignore the extremely loud snores coming through the paper-thin walls. Sadly, my efforts were futile. Anytime I came close to dozing off, the steady snores would be interrupted by a sudden animalistic grunt that scared me back to reality. Sometime after 1, I decided to take my blanket and pillows downstairs to sleep on the floor, but once I began descending the steps, I heard a strange sound below. It almost sounded like a rat was dragging a trap along, so I went to check it out. After flipping on the lights, it stopped instantly, and I turned to see the jack-in-the-box lying on the floor, top open, with the puppet stretched out of it as if it had been pulling itself along. My uncle and I had gone upstairs together, and we'd left the toy in the middle of the table. There was no way for it to have fallen off. As I stood frozen at the base of the steps, something small ran across the room behind me. I turned around in search of the source, but nothing was there. I was only looking away for a second, yet when I turned back again, the puppet's head was on its side, facing me. It made me jump backwards, and I tripped over something, I don't know what. I felt it when my foot rolled over the top of it, but I couldn't find anything afterwards. I got up to close the jack-in-the-box, like it was waiting to bite me. That's what it felt like, and I held the lid tight. I put it back on the table, and I set an old jar full of marbles on top. Then I ran upstairs as fast as my legs would carry me. All the while, I could still hear the faint snores coming through the wall. My uncle had slept through everything. It made me wonder what else he slept through. Just as I opened the apartment door, the same light footsteps came racing up the dark steps behind me. I practically threw myself over the threshold of the door. The steps came all the way up to the door before stopping right outside. And then there was just silence. I had engaged both locks, but didn't trust them enough to not hold the door shut as well. I guess it could have still gotten through easily enough, but when you're in that situation, you act based on instinct. You don't remember that a barrier can't protect you from an angry ghost or spirit or whatever. I didn't hear another sound that night. It was almost 3 a.m. when I finally worked up enough courage to sit down. I still never got to sleep, but I only had to lay there for 2 more hours. My uncle got up at 5. His awful snoring finally came to an end. A few minutes later, he came out of his room. He saw me sitting there, wide awake, asking how I slept. Since I was 10, I didn't exaggerate. Everything came spilling out of me like a rehearsed speech, because I had been telling it in my head for 2 hours. Needless to say, he didn't believe my story and insisted that I only had a nightmare. I didn't push too hard because I knew that he'd think differently once we got downstairs, and he saw the jar on the box. Unfortunately, the jar was broken, and marbles were scattered all over, while the box remained sitting exactly where we had left it the evening before, not where I had just left it hours before. My uncle's logical conclusion was that I got up to mischief during the night, broke a jar of marbles, and made up a story to cover my ass. As an adult, I can look back and fully understand his point, but at the time, I really resented him for not believing me. I've had a few other experiences over my life, enough that I have no doubt something else is here with us. But nothing ever frightened me quite as badly as that creepy puppet. I visited a relative's home today. I witnessed the creepiest, paranormal experience of my life. I've been slapped by the unseen. I've seen a dead man's ghost walking towards me. I've heard whispers coming from right next to me, and I've seen strange faces peeking at me. Yet I stress what I saw today was the most terrifying. I had lunch there, was having a casual conversation. Our conversation, it shifted, and she said, "Strange things have happened recently in our home. Do you see these fingerprints and scratches on the wall behind me? It all appeared out of nowhere a week ago. It's like we're being haunted or something." I stood up and checked the wall. Though they had wiped away the black stains that were formed by the fingers and the hand, I could still see them. "Maybe your daughter did it by climbing over the sofa," I said. "She has a 3-year-old daughter. She could have messed with a pot of ink or something, messed with the walls. Kids do these kinds of things," though the wave of prints went on beyond the sofa, where she probably couldn't reach. "It's not just the wall. Every wall in this house has prints. Some walls have deep scratches. Hundreds and hundreds of prints and scratches. Go look for yourself," she replied in a trembling voice. "This is a big house, 3 areas. I looked around and went to the first room. No shit, all the walls had scratches. About 4 feet off the ground. I tried scratching the wall myself. On this quality paint job, it took a very good effort to make just a small scratch. Then I scratched for the coin with a spoon, with tweezers, but nothing matched. The scratch formed by my nails were the closest match. I checked all 3 rooms. Inside those rooms, there were small, inch-long scratches all over. Outside the TV lounge, kitchen, washroom, there were black fingerprints. I went upstairs. Same scene. I moved a wooden wardrobe, and it made me sweaty doing that, but there were these deep scratches behind it. What could have caused this? Are these walls watery or falling apart in some way? Why do they all appear at this 4 feet height? I do know what it looks like when paint starts falling off, but this didn't look like that. No bubbles or cracks. The paint was hard, dry and spot on. No moisture at all. I sat there for a minute trying to find one plausible reason to define what could be going on with these walls. I went to the ground floor. It only had one bedroom, kitchen, and a drawing room. I went in the bedroom, started inspecting the wall, thinking, and then it struck me. The idea of finding if it's legitimately a scratch or not. I sat down and looked at the floor. I looked closely. I could see dried paint sprinkled on the floor below the scratches. As I made this realization, I felt a presence. I was not alone in this very room. Please trust me. I can't explain how or why. I looked around. I heaved a dead cold sigh of relief, and I left the room very slowly. This house wasn't haunted by default. Someone caused this. Black magic, a demon. I'm sure of that. I remained in the same area outside that room, standing and thinking, what do I do now? How do I help them? I love these people and they're clearly in trouble. With a heavy heart, I walked up the stairs to the family. As I sat there, I talked about this and I told her whatever I could do to possibly help, I would help. During our talk, her husband arrived home from work, and I saw there were fresh scratches on the right side of his face, his cheek, his ear, back of his head. Did I tell you? My husband's face was scratched too, this morning when he woke up. What do we do about this? It all really broke my heart. I looked at the couple. Frustrated and depressed they were, for sure. I'm not equipped to deal with these things. I do believe that they can exist. I know how they work, but not really. This family has an unpleasant and uninvited guest. One that's harassing, protesting, hurting them even. I don't know. I'm definitely going to continue to try to help them. But where do I start? I guess the internet of all places, right? But I figured someone else has had to have dealt with something like this. And maybe they'll read this story. I know people sometimes say they don't talk about their experiences much, but I've talked about mine quite a few times. I've told a few people over the years, usually after a few drinks, but I do always downplay it. Call it a dream, a weird trick of the eyes, or just let them decide. But I know that it was something different. It happened the summer I turned 16. My friend Evan invited me to stay at his grandparents' place for a week, somewhere in rural Virginia. Their house sat on a long gravel road, surrounded by woods so thick you couldn't see the sky from the back porch. The house itself was old, white siding gone yellow, decrepit floors, no central air. His grandfather had died a few years before, and his grandmother just lived there alone. She was sweet but quiet, not forgetful exactly, just distracted. Sometimes she'd stop in the middle of a sentence and look past us, like she was listening for something we couldn't hear. The first night we got there, I didn't sleep much. Evan passed out right away, but I was stuck on the pull-out couch in the living room, and the room just felt strange. It was really quiet, the kind that just made my ears ring. Sometime around 3 a.m., I opened my eyes, and I saw something standing in the corner, across from me. I thought it was a coat rack or something at first, but there wasn't one there when I went to sleep. This was tall, vaguely human-shaped, but wrong, quite thin. Just a dark silhouette against a darker wall. I blinked, but it didn't move. I knew, somehow, it was looking at me. I pulled the blanket over my head and I laid there until morning, sweating like crazy, but too scared to come out. The next morning, I asked Evan if there was a chance that someone came into the room. His grandma, maybe? He shrugged. Nah, she goes to bed early. Doesn't get up at night anymore. I wanted to believe that I imagined it, or it was a lack of sleep, weird lighting, maybe my brain just making things up. But it happened again the next night. This time I woke up facing the hallway. I'd left the door half open. Through the crack, I saw movement, like someone had walked by. No footsteps, just a flash of something blacker than the dark around it. Then another, and another. It wasn't until the third figure passed that I realized none of them were touching the ground. I closed my eyes and I didn't open them again until the sun came through the window. Evan teased me for how tired I looked. I didn't tell him why. That afternoon, his grandma pulled me aside in the kitchen while Evan was out messing with the grill. "They don't like new people," she said suddenly, like we'd been in the middle of a conversation. I just stared at her. She poured sweet tea into a glass and slid it towards me. "They'll leave you be, long as you don't look at them for too long." I didn't ask who they were. I didn't need to. She never brought it up again, and neither did I. We left a few days later. I never went back. Evan's grandma passed the following spring, and the house sat empty after that. I heard from Evan that they eventually sold it to some guy who planned to flip it, but I checked a couple of years later, out of curiosity. It was listed as vacant. Sometimes I wonder if he saw them too, if maybe that's why he slept so soundly when we were there, because you can get used to anything, even the shadows that move without sound. Maybe he knew they'd mess with me, leave him alone. Even now, 20 years later, I still catch myself checking the corners of rooms before I fall asleep. Out of habit, sure. But maybe part of me still believes that there's other things out there. That if I ever stop checking, they'll be back. My grandmother passed away last year, and my grandfather has been having a difficult time with the adjustment. A few weeks ago, I went to stay with him, hoping to help him develop a new routine, get the house in order. He lives in the mountains and doesn't have any neighbors, so we always worry about him being out there alone. When I arrived, his yard was overgrown. A large pile of trash bags were stacked beneath the carport, and the inside was well on its way to becoming a hoarder's paradise. I hired people to help with the trash and yard while I focused on getting the house in shape. I couldn't get a clear answer on what happened to his trash cans. They used to have 5 or 6, so I brought new ones. On the 4th night, we heard a noise in the carport while we were eating dinner. Figuring it was raccoons, I stood to go chase it off, but Pappy said to sit down and leave it alone. He's normally a very docile, slow-to-anger man, but he was serious about me not going out there. I tried explaining that something was creating a bigger mess for the contractors, but he only got angrier. Not wanting to upset him further, I resigned to cleaning the mess myself and finished my dinner. While I was doing dishes, Pappy went to bed, so I checked the damage in the carport. Whatever had been there was long gone, but it wasn't a raccoon. The bin lids had been ripped off the hinges, and the contents were strewn all the way to the tree line. The next morning, I asked Pappy if he had trouble with bears, and he said his problem is worse than a bear, that it's something unnatural. No matter what I asked, his answers became more cryptic. Ultimately, I concluded that he was in a very bad place emotionally and must have mistaken a bear for something else in the dark. His mind had turned it into some kind of monster. Just to settle him down, I promised to never go outside after dark, and I got started on the day's chores. On my next trip to town, I picked up some bear spray and heavier-duty trash cans with locking lids. They lasted 2 days. This time, the bins were peeled open like sardine cans. When I talked to Pappy about it again, he told me a little more. He said he called it a wobo. And no, I have no clue where he got the name. I assume he made it up because I can't find anything about it online. Anyway, it made me worry about his sanity, so I told my parents, who said they would speak to him about seeing a doctor. Meanwhile, I focused on what I still considered to be a bear. I slept on the couch for a few nights in hopes that I would wake up if anything got into the trash. The theory was that it might not come back if it got sprayed one good time. When I finally had my chance, I cracked the back door open to see something huge, and it was tearing into the trash bags. I opened the door a little more to extend my arm, and the creature raised up to face me. It definitely wasn't a bear. It looked like a wolf standing on its hind legs, but it also looked wrong. I started spraying it in a panic, and it made an awful sound as it fled, but it didn't run like a wolf or a human. It was more like a kangaroo. I've never seen or heard anything like it. The next morning, I told Pappy what happened, and he was notably upset. He said the wobo only comes during the summer months and never tries to get inside. But now I'd made it angry. He was certain it would come back for us. I stayed another week, brought new trash cans without further issues, but I was still nervous to go home. I've called Pappy every night since to make sure he's okay, and so far, the wobo has stayed away. Have you guys ever seen anything like this? Did I really scare it off? Or should I go back? My parents want to have us both committed, but I know what I saw. This happened back in the early 2000s. I was in my 20s, and my best friend Liam and I decided to take a weekend camping trip to the Siskiyou Mountains. Nothing too rugged, just a couple of nights, a borrowed tent, and enough beer to make it feel like a real break from life. We set up near a little ridge with a great view of the valley. It was late October, cool enough that we had to keep the fire going most nights. We talked about nothing, life, work, girls, just a nice trip. The first night passed without issue. Second day we hiked, found a good spot near the river, cooked some food over a fire. Everything was normal. But the second night, I don't know what happened. I remember saying I was going to gather firewood before it got too dark. I wandered off just a little, maybe 20, 30 yards. Found a few decent branches, snapped some dry ones off a log. I couldn't have been gone for more than 10 minutes. When I came back, Liam was sitting stiffly by the fire, staring into the flames like he'd been trying to burn a hole through them. I dropped the wood in a pile and said something dumb like, "Hope I didn't miss any ghost stories." But he didn't even laugh, just wouldn't even look at me. I sat down across from him and tried to shake it off. Maybe he was tired. Maybe the cold was getting to him. We sat in silence for a long time. Eventually, he muttered, "You seem off." I asked what he meant. He finally looked at me just for a second and said, "You weren't moving right." That stuck with me. I laughed, made a crack about him needing sleep, and said, "When?" He said, "A couple of seconds ago." What was that about? Why were you moving like that? I had no idea what he was talking about. Well, we left it alone, went to bed. The next morning, he was up before me, packed, quiet. We drove home with barely a word between us. I didn't really push it. Figured we got on each other's nerves out there or something. It happens. We didn't talk much after that. Drifted. No falling out, just the slow fade of adult life. Then, about 5 years ago, we met for coffee while I was passing through his city. It was the first time I'd seen him in over a decade. Halfway through the conversation, he brought it up. "That night by the fire," he said, "I thought you were going to kill me." I blinked. "What?" He looked dead serious. "When you came back, or before you came back, something was wrong. You were moving all crazy, holding your knife all crazy. Your face, it wasn't moving or saying nothing, just blank. You stared at me for a long time before you finally ran off. I don't know what I saw, but it wasn't the same guy that came back a few minutes later. I could never shake it. I tried to laugh it off again, but Liam didn't smile. Just looked out the window. I know I should be able to laugh, but man, it really creeped me out. I didn't laugh that time, but I told Liam I never came back dancing with a knife. I don't know what he saw either, but I definitely didn't do that. He seemed to believe me, but the whole thing, I'll just never forget that. Our house was built in 1999 on farmland. There doesn't seem to be any reason why we'd have paranormal experiences. No cemetery nearby, no one that died in the house, etc. But soon after my daughter and I moved in, she noticed that there were young energies downstairs. One night as she lay in bed trying to sleep, she felt something snuggle behind her, resting an arm across her shoulder. She thought this one felt like a little girl. Other people felt this energy too and thought it was lonely or sad. There was also an incident in the hallway outside of my daughter's bedroom. She'd gotten up to use the bathroom and felt a hand on her back, pushing her. She thought that this energy was male, maybe 12 years old, mischievous. After my husband and his daughter moved in, we started noticing strange things upstairs as well. One day while I was showering, I turned around to rinse the shampoo out of my hair, and something turned the shower handle all the way to hot. Yet I hadn't touched it or bumped it. A couple of months later, it happened again, but this time I saw the handle itself move without human intervention. And that shouldn't be possible. Of course, no one was there. During this same time period, I was splashed with cold water as I walked out of the main bathroom. I felt it splash across my cheek, shoulder, all over my hand and up my forearm, but no water was on my skin. We were definitely creeped out. My husband put up his cross. We were going through the house. He was saying prayers, even though he doesn't believe in ghosts. After the kids moved out, things quieted down a lot. The quote-unquote haunted area extends about 20 by 10 feet and is on both floors. It includes the kitchen, a bathroom upstairs, and one bedroom, the laundry room, hallway, and bathroom downstairs. Our dog won't go into these areas, not even if you put a piece of steak on the floor. I often hear things fall from the shelves downstairs, but the cat sleeps beside me. Someone or something has strummed my husband's guitar when I was here alone. When my youngest was home from university last summer, the only incident we had was someone saying her name in a loud whisper, right behind her as she walked from the bathroom to her bedroom. She left at the end of August, and everything seemed fine until a few months ago. My husband was downstairs and stopped to play with our boy kitty, Jake. He had balled up a piece of tinfoil in his hand and decided to see how high Jake would jump to catch it. He stood just outside the laundry room, bent over slightly, showed Jake what he had in his hand before releasing it and tossing it over. The tinfoil sailed about 3 feet away before it bounced off something invisible and came back in his direction. Confused, he picked it up again and tossed it. It hit something invisible halfway across and dropped like dead weight to the floor. Since this happened, I've tried contacting local paranormal investigators and they replied to my email but haven't followed up since. I'm updating this to include an incident that happened yesterday morning. My mom moved in with us a few years ago and has Alzheimer's. For the last while, she's been bedridden and requires extra care. So every morning, 2 healthcare aides arrive to bathe her, change her clothes, etc. They follow a simple routine that includes small tubs of soapy water. These are set on a side table so that they can bathe her in her bed. After getting everything ready, they place the little tubs on the table near the head of the bed and move down to the foot to straighten out the blankets and get the towels ready. Both healthcare aides were startled when the table suddenly started to move on one side. One described it as though someone had leaned against it or pushed it down, causing both tubs to slide off the table, hitting the carpet, cracking the plastic, and spilling soapy water all over the floor. When I returned to the house, one of the girls asked me if I'd had any ghosts lately, because those tubs weren't big enough or heavy enough to make the table lean like that. They claimed that they weren't too close to the edge, as both of them saw them slide across before going over. I can't imagine the wind doing that. And the cat was sleeping in my bedroom with the door closed. There's always something going on that's hard to explain. Can objects be haunted? Yeah, I think so. For me, it was a small table I bought at a thrift store. I didn't really need it, but I'd never seen anything that looked like it before. I decided to continue shopping, and if I came back and it was still there, then I figured it was a sign for me to buy it. It was still there. I took it home, happily set it on the floor, and all was well, for a while. The table folded down, and I had to open the top to secure it with a latch. The latch worked, but it only took a little pressure on the table for the top to close again. I took it upon myself to repair the latch. I was able to do so, but ended up cutting my finger. While I was bleeding, I kept thinking that this should have been an easy fix. Then I shrugged it off and started putting things on the table. I had placed the table so that when I came downstairs, it was one of the first things that I'd see. I noticed that each time I looked at it, I began feeling uneasy. Something was not right. This happened every time I came downstairs, and I found myself avoiding the table as much as possible when I had to walk past it. One day, I sat down in a nearby chair and just stared at the table. As beautiful as it was, I sensed that it had a nasty history. This is the risk you take when you buy things secondhand. Yes, the item may have more character than something brand new, but you don't know where it's been, what kind of energy it has attached to it. My intuition told me that the table had been in a home where great violence had occurred. Possibly it had had blood shed onto it. Specifically, I perceived a husband brutally killing his wife in a crime of passion. The table itself, of course, was an innocent piece of wood, but it had endured horrific pain and rage from its former owners. I wondered what amount of white sage or Palo Santo it was going to take to purify this table or satisfy its lust for blood, as it had already drawn some of mine. It wasn't worth it, I decided, and I ended up getting rid of it. And what do you know? All was right again. This is a story that happened back in 2015, and it still freaks me out to this day. For context, me, 25-year-old male, and my cousin, 26-year-old male, go to our grandma's house every school, university break since we were kids, and we stay there pretty much doing nothing and having fun playing video games. We always share a bedroom when we're there, and we both have our own beds. I was 15 and he was 16 at the time, and none of us have sleep paralysis. One night, we both went to the bedroom around midnight, closed the door, and fell asleep. Sometime later, my cousin got up to pee, left the room, and went to the bathroom. This caused me to wake up because of the lights. I checked my phone. It was around 2:30 a.m. He came back, closed the door, and laid on his back. And that's when it started. Keep in mind that I was 100% awake at this point, as I woken up from him opening the door and closing it. By the time he laid on his bed, this really deep-toned and steady-paced church bell started ringing, really loud inside our bedroom, near our beds. As I was listening to it, I freaked the fuck out. All I could do was cover my head with the blanket and stay there trying to hide myself. A few seconds later, that fucking bell started to wander around the room, moving in all directions, up and down, moving over my bed, around the whole bedroom. I'm not sure how long this lasted, but it felt like an eternity. It then started moving towards the door, got out of the bedroom, into the living room. The bedrooms of the house are right next to the living room. It then headed to the back of the house and disappeared. I have no idea where this came from and where it went, or even what it was. After it was gone, I honestly didn't have enough courage to say anything. I just stayed quiet, as did my cousin. Needless to say, I didn't sleep that night. The next day, when I woke up, I asked my cousin if he'd also heard the bell. He said yes, exactly as I had. To this day, this experience still creeps the hell out of us. We have no explanation for what happened. There are no churches in the area, and definitely no bells that ring in the middle of the night. This has been freaking us out since it happened when we were younger, and we still try to figure out some sort of explanation for it. But we've never really come up with any, so I thought I'd share it here. Any thoughts? I worked as a funeral director and embalmer for 26 years. During that time, I lived full-time in 3 separate funeral homes and spent countless nights sleeping or catching short naps on a sofa in a visitation room, often when a very long day would end at 3 or 4 in the morning, and the next busy day had to start at 6 or 7. While I truly believe a lot of paranormal activity took place all around, I believe most was so subtle, it was easily explained away, ignored, or simply not noticed if you didn't want to. For example, whispering voices when alone in the building, footsteps where no one's walking, turning a corner and seeing a dark figure turn the corner at the far end of the hallway, things like that. While there were a few more distinct occurrences, the one that had the biggest impact happened early in my career. It was late one night in a funeral home that had once been a single-family home and converted into this building. The building had one long, straight hallway running through the center of the building, with offices, viewing rooms, bathrooms, etc. on either side. Both the front and rear doors were made of glass, and looking in either one was like looking in a mirror, especially at night. We had had a visitation, viewing or wake, depending on where you're from. It lasted from 10:30 to 11 p.m. In the funeral business, you never know what could happen during the night, and since I was the lowest-ranking person on staff, it was my job to stay and make sure the entire building was emptied, cleaned, and prepared for whatever may be needed the following day. As I was vacuuming the main hallway, I looked up, and just as clearly as I could see my own reflection, I saw a little girl, maybe 6 or 7 years old, walk across the hall behind me, from our casket selection room into our business office. At first, it didn't cross my mind that it was anything unusual. Children wander out at slower paces than the rest of the crowd constantly, because people simply aren't paying attention in their state of grief. But the time, it was past midnight now, and so this would officially be a child that's been left behind. I turned and started to search the building. I started with where I'd seen her go. I realized after a while, I really was alone. I spent a good 10 minutes searching a small business office with only 2 locked exits, a locked window, and no little girl to be found. While I never let these things keep me from doing my job, I will admit that when vacuuming that hallway, I never looked up. I always kept my eyes on the carpet to make sure I never missed a spot. When I was a kid, my best friend was a girl named Jenny. We were inseparable for a few years. Bike rides, after-school cartoons, matching Halloween costumes. Her house always smelled like cinnamon gum and dryer sheets. And her mom kept bowls of hard candy in every room. It was just one of those really cozy houses, or it looked like it. I never liked spending the night there. The first time I stayed over, I was maybe 9. Jenny had this long, narrow hallway that ran from the living room, past the bedrooms to the bathroom. It always felt too dark, even during the day. I remember standing in the middle of it, feeling like someone was standing just around the bend, waiting for me to walk past. I figured I was just being a wimp, but the second time I slept over, I saw something. We were camped out in sleeping bags on her bedroom floor. The door cracked open just enough to catch light from the hallway. Jenny was snoring softly. I remember waking up for no reason, just one of those moments when you're suddenly wide awake. And through the crack of the door, I could see someone walk by. Only it wasn't her mom. It was too tall, too thin, and the way it moved, smooth, gliding, like they weren't actually touching the ground. It passed slowly and then stopped. I didn't breathe. After a moment, I saw the shadow lean back, just enough to suggest a head peering toward the door, but I couldn't see a face, just darkness. And then it moved on, silently. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I never told Jenny. I didn't want to seem weird, but after that, every time I went to her house, I made excuses to stay in the living room. If she wanted to go to her room, I followed, but I never lingered near that hallway. And I always asked to go home before it got dark. Eventually, we drifted apart. No big fight or anything, I just started finding reasons to avoid her place. I blamed school or being busy, but the truth is that hallway ruined it for me. Even now as an adult, I still think about it sometimes. That shape, that lean, how it never made a sound. Jenny's mom moved years ago. I doubt that she ever knew anything strange was happening in that house. But I do wonder if Jenny saw it too. I ran across a pair of kids in Bend, Oregon that had solid black eyes. I kept telling myself that they had colored contacts in, but they were around 10 or 12. They gave me the creeps in a deep way, the kind of way that no kid has ever had the ability to do. It was at a gas station that I'd pulled over to check my map and get gas. I didn't realize how late it was until my co-pilot asked me who lets their kids run around at 2 a.m. I looked up and I saw 2 kids. They were standing in front of us, but at a distance. I agreed with him that was strange and incredibly irresponsible. As soon as the attendant finished with the gas, he went inside to gather a receipt. And that's when suddenly the 2 kids were directly in front of us. That's how I got a good look at them. Right in front of our headlights. Just as we considered calling the police about 2 ornery, possibly missing children, they split up. Each child walked to our corresponding windows. They seemed to have no emotions, no smile or frowns, stared at us relentlessly. Before we could even ask if they needed help, they started tapping on the glass, telling us to let them in. For some reason, and I know it seems wrong because they're children, but we both agreed that something felt really off about these 2. So we locked the doors. and left as quickly as we could. Screw the receipt. I swear when I looked in the rearview mirror, those two children were standing in the middle of the road, staring at us still. My co-pilot called to inform the gas station attendant, who advised they didn't see any children out there at all. I never drove through Bend again without the doors locked, windows up, and I never stopped while it was dark. I just think how lucky I was to be in a place where you don't have to leave your car to get gas. Maybe it doesn't make sense to anyone. How could it? But those kids, they meant harm. An apartment we used to live in had a funny feeling in the hallway by our bedroom. It felt like one of those run and jump on the bed so the monster doesn't grab your ankle kind of vibe. I started feeling bad when trying to dodge it and being creeped out because both my husband and I, we felt the presence of a little girl, 5 years old to be specific. We always slept with our door closed, but it started to get to the point where I couldn't get myself to close it. I felt like it needed to be open so that she knew we were in there and she felt safe with us. It made me kind of sad. I felt like she was abused or unloved. Once I started embracing it, the uneasy feeling turned to a realization of loneliness. Then that sad, lonely feeling turned into comfort. I was not maternal at all, but for some reason, I had this urge to protect whoever she was and let her know that she was safe with me and my husband and she can't be hurt anymore. After about a month of this, it all disappeared. No feelings, no strange sounds, and our dog stopped staring down that hall. It just felt like an empty apartment. I still think about her 12 years later, especially now that we have an almost 5-year-old little girl. I was around 5 or kindergarten age when we lived in this small rental house in rural Illinois. The layout was simple: living room, kitchen, 2 bedrooms, a bathroom. What I remember most clearly, though, was the man that used to stand in the doorway of my room at night. He never came in. He never said a word. He just stood there with his hands resting on the door frame, looking at me. I wasn't afraid of him. He didn't feel scary. He felt sad. I remember once asking my mom why the man looked so tired. She asked, "What man?" And I told her, "The one that watches me sleep." That got me a full sweep of the house and a nightlight installed the same day. I remember years later, I was about 17. My mom and I were looking through old family photos and I stopped cold at one of them. "That's him," I said, pointing to a man in a flannel shirt standing on a porch. My mom got quiet. "That's your Uncle Paul. He died in that house before you were born." Parents out there, I guess I'm looking for a little advice. My name is Maddie. My husband's name's Tyler. We're new parents, and our beautiful baby girl was born May 5th, 2023. Her name is Kinsley. She was born right on her due date, 7 pounds, 3 ounces. Her pediatrician says that she's in perfect health. If this was a health-related issue, I promise I wouldn't be asking for this kind of advice. But I guess my question for you, seasoned parents, is more of, is this normal for an 8-month-old? I originally thought she had something wrong with her vision because when me and Tyler would pick her up, she started doing this thing where her eyes wouldn't focus on us. It's like she's staring just past us. Then she gets a real scared look on her face before she starts crying. This doesn't happen every time we pick her up, though. But when it happens, Kinsley's dead set on staring at whatever her eyes are following. And in these moments, it's not us. Tyler and I would try to block her vision with our heads or put ourselves in her line of sight, but she'd start getting squirmy and really cranky, moving her neck around trying to see past us. I did my own little eye exam, even though her pediatrician says her eyes are perfectly fine. But while she was laying in her crib, I held her stuffed bear above her head, and she was able to follow each direction I moved it. She also started getting the idea of crawling yesterday, and she did the same thing. I was sitting on the floor in the playroom. She was a few feet away, and I was patting on the carpet, making silly noises, encouraging her to crawl towards me. She's smiling. I'm smiling. She starts getting into the crawl position, and I keep patting the carpet. Then she does a weird shake like something startled her. Her head turns, and while she still maintains her crawl position, her eyes and attention are now fixated on the corner of the room. I keep patting the carpet and start softly calling her name, but nothing can get her out of this weird frozen baby trance. Even clapping my hands didn't make her flinch. At one point, her face does this thing. It starts to contort, and it's horrifying to see my baby so afraid or upset by something that I finally just get up and walk over to her, and like clockwork, crying starts. Usually she's screaming, and before I can swoop her up, she's already attempting to crawl my way. She's had this same reaction every time she's started crawling over the last couple of weeks. I know Kinsley's only 8 months old, but up until now, she'd never really been a fussy baby. She barely cried when we took her home from the hospital. That's why this sudden uptick in behavior is so alarming. Being a paranoid first-time parent, I've been taking notes for the pediatrician, but I'm embarrassed to bring her these findings when what I've compiled is basically what I've stated here. Her frozen moments of terror, they're frequent, at least once a day for the last 2 weeks. They're not long. None of these episodes have happened in public, only here, and they mostly all occur in the playroom. There's literally no other symptoms of this, but I don't know what could be going on. I'm honestly just trying to keep my own sanity right now, and I'm trying to find anything logical that we can grab a hold of. Tyler's convinced there's a ghost in the house. He's going off the deep end with Kinsley, especially because Kinsley seems afraid. I don't know if men can feel postpartum, but every time Kinsley has an episode, Tyler gets filled with rage and starts yelling that this is God's house. I think he's feeling like I am. We're both lost as to how we can help our baby. It's like I don't know how to turn his deductive reasoning into something that's not paranormal. I will admit, when we first moved into our home, it was probably the most stressful couple of months that we'd experienced together, until now. Kinsley had just been born then when a neighboring unit of our apartment complex had a fire. Our unit wasn't touched, but our whole floor had to be moved into temporary housing. We were placed in a duplex a few miles away, and that's where we are now. It's where we've been for months, and it's really starting to get to all of us. Tyler hates it here, and this Kinsley conspiracy is only fueling his fire. Last night, he'd shaken me awake. When I turned over to see what he wanted, Tyler was sitting upright in bed, and the baby monitor pressed up against his ear, telling me that he kept hearing whispers coming from Kinsley's room. I wasn't able to hear it, but Tyler swore that that's what he'd heard. While we were sitting in silence listening to the monitor, it makes a few glitchy buzz noises that Tyler thinks are ghosts messing with the transmitters. I suggested we change the batteries before jumping to conclusions. To make it worse, that's when we hear a sharp, loud, almost feedback noise, followed by Kinsley shrieking. Tyler was up and wheeling her crib into our room, and that's where she'll be sleeping until we figure this out. We literally just got her sleeping on her own. I'm afraid this will set her back in growth, but what else can we do? There's a lot going on, and I'm overwhelmed, but I keep telling myself, at least this isn't our home. Our home may be smaller, but it sure didn't feel like this. I don't expect someone to come here and solve all my problems, but if you have any advice on any of my list of quarrels, I'd sure appreciate it. Maybe this space is tainted somehow. If that's the case, what can we do to get it to leave our daughter alone? These stories were told to me and my siblings by our dad. Me and my twin were 11 or 12 at the time, so I'll be going off memory. Anyway, my dad was a wild card when he was young, and he thought that a spooky graveyard was the ideal date spot like most people back in those days. The Bull's Lament. There was once a farmer who had a prized bull in life. The farmer loved the bull so much that when he died, he wanted the bull to be killed and buried beside him. He also wanted a monument of the proud bull placed over their graves to watch over them for all eternity. Most folk during that time thought the farmer was crazed for thinking such a wish, yet that didn't stop them from honoring his wish. When the farmer passed, the bull was put down and placed right beside him. The monument was then placed over them, just as the farmer wished. I'm not sure how many years went by until my dad's experience, so I apologize for not having any idea when it happened, possibly when he was in his early to mid-20s. My dad liked to hang out in the nearby graveyard with several of his friends. It was like their own playground where they could just play army men and pranks. One night in particular, he and one of my uncles were just relaxing until they heard it. The sound of a bull crying out, either in anger or anguish. They looked at one another and decided to see where it came from. They followed the noise to the monument, only to find nothing. It was then that they heard the bull roar somewhere nearby, before the sound of charging hooves running towards them. Dad said they ran the hell out of the graveyard and back to their car. The man in a top hat and cape. Another story my dad told me happened when he and one of my uncles took their dates to the graveyard. They parked their car in one of the turnoffs and proceeded to make their own lover's lane. Things were getting serious when one of their dates noticed a green fog begin surrounding their car. All four of them sat frozen, watching the mist grow even further in thickness. Soon, they began to hear strange thuds striking the car. It was then that Dad decided to turn the key and get out of there as soon as possible. He was then surprised to find a man dressed in a top hat and a cape standing directly in front of their car, smiling at them. The thudding on the car began to become even worse, scaring their dates. Dad hit the gas pedal and drove forward directly toward the man, hoping that he would move out of the way. Instead of moving, the man stood still, allowing the car to drive through him. Dad stopped the car some distance past where the man had stood and looked through the back window. To his surprise, he saw the man still standing there, unharmed with the same grin. The man began to gesture for Dad to try again, but Dad decided to just drive out of there for several miles in silence. As I said, I was either 11 or 12, so I'm going off of memory. I don't remember the name of the cemetery, but I do remember being told many other experiences from what happened, aside from these two stories. I'll have to share those next. There was a popular joke I always heard growing up. A man tells his bartender, "I bet you a free drink that I can bite my own eyeball." And seeing this as an impossible task, the bartender agrees. The man then promptly removes his glass eye and places it between his teeth before putting it back. Amused, the bartender pours his drink. Then the man says, "I bet you another drink I can bite my other eye too." Knowing the man can clearly see just fine, the bartender reasons that he can't possibly have two glass eyes, and so accepts his terms. Next, the man removes his dentures and gently places his teeth around his very real left eye. My Uncle Ty was particularly fond of telling it, because he already had fake teeth and used to joke that if he had a glass eye, he'd never pay for another drink again. Well, as they say, careful what you wish for. Ty owned a lot of land with a really big pond, and the whole family would often go over there on weekends to fish and have a bonfire. My dad is one of 9, so we're a big family. The adults got drunk while the kids ran around having sword fights with flaming sticks. when it started getting late, we would all sit around the big fire and eat hot dogs. Sometimes, Ty would play a game that we call homemade bombs. The objective was to throw a random item into the fire and rate the resulting explosion. It was usually little things like lighters, batteries, or empty bottles. But then Ty got the idea to throw in a full bottle of beer, fresh from the cooler. Everyone got back, but nothing happened. I don't know how long we actually waited, but it felt like a long time. Eventually, Ty gave up and returned to the fire with his poker. He leaned over the flames, jabbed his stick right in the center, and then boom. Later, he said he never touched the bottle. That's just when it exploded. For a brief, flashing moment, the flames engulfed his entire head before he staggered backwards and fell into the dirt. His hands covered his face, and he was screaming like he got hurt really bad. My dad and another uncle ran over and pulled his hands away to see how badly he was burned. And that's when we saw the giant glass shard protruding from his eye. Much of his hair, along with his eyebrows and beard, were gone, and his entire face was turning redder by the second. We're a poor family from the sticks, so we don't really call ambulances unless death is imminent. We normally won't even go into an emergency room unless we break a bone bigger than a finger. But this one, it's one of the exceptions. We don't play about eye shit. Even if we had called an ambulance, we were out in the sticks. It would have taken twice the time for Ty to get help. So my dad and a few others drove him to the hospital, while the rest of us waited for an update. It was a long night for everyone, especially Ty's wife. She was always on his ass about being reckless, and now his day of reckoning had finally come. It probably goes without saying that Ty's eye couldn't be saved. He was soon fitted for a glass replacement, and the only thing he wanted to do was go to a bar and try out his favorite joke. The problem is that we're in a small town, so everyone had not only heard the joke, they knew about his accident. Well, that man got a truckload of his buddies and drove 2 hours to the nearest city where he finally got to do his trick. It didn't take long for the word to spread, but over the years, he would occasionally go out and find a stranger willing to play. For the most part, people just didn't mind humoring him because he was a fun guy to be around. Sadly, he passed away 3 years ago. In the end, it was his heart that got him. But he had a long life filled with great stories. The real lesson here isn't to be careful what you wish for, but to be careful what you throw into a fire. I love explosions as much as the next country bumpkin, but you gotta throw some common sense in there too. If you're too drunk to walk straight, you're probably too drunk to play homemade bombs. A few years back, I was dating this girl. She told me her parents' house was haunted. Skeptical as I was, I thought she was playing with me. Then she told me that there was an evil persona that would take over her body sometimes, damage her physically. She'd wake up bleeding, totally oblivious of how she got those cuts or what just happened. I thought this was just her way of trying to get attention or needing help. I didn't really believe her story, although I tried to help and comfort her any way I could. All of that changed anyway, when I started sleeping over. It changed because strange things would almost always occur at night. These experiences all occurred when my ex and me, usually the dog too, were alone in the house. It started with her laptop randomly turning on in the middle of the night and actually logging into their account. Shortly after, I started to hear things as well. Footsteps coming from the ceiling or roof, right above the bed we slept in. Not a ticking sound like a mouse makes, but actual thuds, like a human was casually walking circles on the roof. A few days after, I heard a dog barking downstairs. The family dog was a boxer, but I heard a high-pitched arf instead of a low roof. I went downstairs, but I saw nothing special. The boxer was sleeping peacefully in his kennel in the kitchen. I returned to the bedroom and saw my ex in bed, sitting up straight and with both arms bleeding. I had seen the fresh wounds before, so that was nothing new for me. Really sad to see, but nothing new. What startled me to death is that she had her eyes closed, like she was still sleeping, but her mouth was wide open, as if she were screaming her lungs out. But she wasn't. Needless to say, I didn't sleep that night. A few nights later, we were in bed sleeping together again, and I woke up to my ex trying to climb over me, mumbling, "Break, glass." As the situation in the house was starting to freak me out, I felt the urge to protect myself. I grabbed my ex by the shoulders and yelled, "What are you trying to do?" My ex woke up, but a second later we heard a loud tack and the sound of glass breaking in the kitchen. I went downstairs to look and saw the locked cupboard wide open, and on the floor, shards of what used to be 2 long drink glasses. I cleaned up the mess, walked back upstairs, and found my ex sleeping as if nothing had happened. Once something strange happened in the middle of the day. We were upstairs in my ex's bedroom, and her father was working in the garage. Nobody else was home. We went to be physical. We made sure the bedroom door was closed. Then, in the heat of the moment, the door flew open, hard, as if someone kicked it in, except there was nobody there. I do remember feeling a slight breeze, and the next moment, her bedroom window shattered into pieces. That kinda killed the mood, to be honest. Shortly after this, we broke up, and some strange things happened to me, but nothing like what happened to her or while we were together. But it did get me interested in the paranormal, spirituality, and finding out what else is with us. In April of 2014, I purchased my first home and did what new home buyers tend to do. I'm sure when you hear a story of growling at the foot of someone's bed, you might assume it's the dog, but there was no way that this guttural growling was coming from my 3-month-old mutt. First of all, the pup was in another room in a crate. Second, he was so darn tiny still. And there's just no doubt that this growling was mere feet away from me where I lay awake, and it wasn't small. Of course, I could have just awoken from a dream and had not yet recognized that I was sleeping. However, I laid in my bed completely still for several minutes before braving the light, and that growling never halted. When the lights went on, the growling immediately stopped. Spooked, I decided tonight was a good night as any to reconsider my policy of where the puppy sleeps at night. After I moved my pup to his new sleeping spot and comforted myself, the lights went back off. A few minutes later, I heard dog sounds coming from the foot of the bed, but not so much growling, more like a grunt of appeasement. I didn't hear that particular growling from a few nights ago, so the new rule in this house was dog sleeps in the bed. My house had had 2 previous owners, and I know that at least the most recent of them had large dogs. The house was in foreclosure, so I don't have a lot of details about the owners beyond what the neighbors have mentioned in casual conversation. That house continued to be a bit odd. The growling, sure, it stopped, but things ending up in different places. The sound of doors shutting, but nothing was actually closed. Just odd. While I've had many experiences in my life, the home I live in now, it hasn't seen so much activity. At the town, Ogden, it's well known for paranormal activity. A final thought. That puppy had always refused to go into the basement of that house. He insisted at always being by my side, but would never journey to the basement with me. I've never heard that sound again or felt that negative, impeding feeling from a spirit. I like to think it's probably because I always have my dogs with me. In a weird way, I think that they really are protectors, even from the things we can't see. Years ago, I became good friends with my neighbor across the street. We both had young children, and we spoke and/or saw each other almost every day. Probably 6 years into our friendship, she developed leukemia and only lived one more year. She was 35. One day, I was looking out my front window, and I saw the car she used to drive pass by, turn around, and then it pulled up to the curb in front of her house and parked. I continued to watch, and I saw her husband and her 3 children get out of the car. The car was a light blue station wagon, one that she used to drive the kids around in, and her husband still had it. As I continued to watch, I saw her husband and the kids walk up to the front door of the house and go in. A moment or two later, I saw my friend get out of the car and walk to the door. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, but I knew for sure that it was her. I knew because when she got to the front door, she turned, looked at me, and waved. Then she, too, went into the house. I think she was telling me that everything was okay. I'll never forget that. So I've got a question for the men out there. And I just emphasize men because I don't want comments from little boys or giga-chads. Just good old-fashioned real answers. Let's say you're dating a lady who's independently middle class, owns her own home from a recent settlement that went in her favor, and she's smoking hot. But her house might be haunted. Is that a deal breaker? Over the years, after my first marriage dissolved, we were married young, I've only seriously dated a few men off and on, all ending after they'd visit and spend time here. My first husband was a writer. We purchased our house in 2013. It's a few hours to get anywhere from any direction. Originally, the isolation was preferable over our flat in Queens. It was less than a month after moving our stuff into the house when activity started. Disembodied footsteps walking through the wooden halls while both of us would be sitting downstairs. Doors would open and close on every floor, not simultaneously, but it's as if they were living alongside us, going about their days and nights as we did ours. The radio and other electronics have turned on randomly. The radio specifically, though, has turned on at 2 different times when the station was playing a certain song. Both times the radio turned on, it was while the house was mostly quiet, so each time it happened, my attention honed in on it. Neither of us had a problem with it, though. We embraced it a little by naming the spirits. Because this house is old as fuck, we named them Ethel and Jim. It feels like there's 2 of them living here. Sometimes the female voice we dubbed Ethel would whisper in the kitchen and open the cupboards, but the heavy footsteps we believe to be from the one we named Jim. Since the divorce, I've continued my coexistence with them in harmony. All in all, however, these happenings are rare and genuinely insignificant to daily living. Listing the occurrences bunched all together like this makes it sound like I'm living in a carnival funhouse. I'm not, I promise. The spirits and I do not communicate. In all honesty, I did try once, though, and I really didn't like the way it made me feel. I don't want to go off on a tangent, but if I'm going to attempt to enlighten, I need to be outright with my experience, if only to ward off the men from the boys. I was once leaned up against the wall of the dining room reading a book. On the wall next to me, I hear a soft bump bump. For reasons unknown, I'm compelled to make a fist and replicate the bump bump pattern back on the wall. As soon as I do, it's like the vibrations of the room shook with panic. Dread instantly filled my chest. It felt as if I'd broken something. I became paranoid and swore that I heard footsteps leave the area I was in, like I'd scared them. I decided never to try that again. If you've reached this point, congratulations. You've lasted longer than a few of my most recent relationships. But for reals, aside from me being this hilarious, my question to the men Do you see all of this and think, red flags? Should I just start acting just as surprised as them when shit happens? Like I haven't already named these ghosts? Honestly, I'm not a witch who lives in the forest. If you can assist me on these questions, I'd be forever grateful. Bonus if you know a potential suitor in the lower state of Jefferson, known as Northern California and Southern Oregon. Please send him this for me. And thanks to anyone else who read this too. Last year, I was forced to camp in the forest of West Newbury, Massachusetts, as I was homeless, technically. I still am. I should add that I co-own the land I've been camping on, but it's no house. It was hard work making several trips carrying my possessions from the main road to my campsite, which was 300 yards away from the road. I also was forced to go through a swamp to get there. It was moments before sunset when I finally finished with all of the loads I needed to carry when I happened to look to my left. About 50 yards away, I saw a male face peeking at me from behind the trees, but only for a second. The face had both a puzzled and a curious expression. I was also struck by its notable look of innocence. Anyway, when it realized I had seen it, it immediately ducked behind the tree. The entity appeared to be about 7 feet tall, impossibly slim, and slightly incandescent. At first, I thought it was a man in his early 20s. I was puzzled by the fact that someone was out in the middle of nowhere at that late of an hour. I almost shouted a greeting, but then I decided to wait for the guy to emerge from behind the tree before I did. I waited and waited, but he never did come out from behind the tree. There was no noise of footsteps in the leaves or branches either. Over the next few minutes, it finally dawned on me that the entity I had witnessed was not human. That was a difficult realization, as I had never experienced such a shocking thing before. In retrospect, the creature had not wanted to be seen. Only through sheer happenstance had I spotted it. Likely, the entity was some sort of member of the supernatural world. But your guess is as good as mine. A few weeks after the sighting, I happened to mention the incident to a woman that I know at the soup kitchen I regularly go to. She, Joyce, is a New Age type, highly tuned in with all things spiritual. She asked if the creature was tall, spindly, and bright. I replied that it was. Next, she got on her smartphone and looked up artist renditions of similar spiritual entities. She pointed to one picture and asked if that was the entity I had spotted. I said it looked very similar. She explained that what I had viewed is called a forest light being. She said that she had seen a few herself. I asked if they were harmful. She claimed they were not. She also informed me that if I tried meditating, then my vibrations might enable me to regularly see spiritual entities, especially in the woods. However, I don't know how to meditate, and honestly, I'm too lazy to learn. In addition, I'm perfectly content not seeing any more inexplicable stuff. I mean, I want to sleep peacefully in my tent at night. Indeed, the howls and yapping of the neighborhood coyotes are creepy enough. I've been living in the same forest since late October 2019. In all that time, I've never seen anything unusual since sighting the light being my first evening there. Sometimes, as I sit by my campfire, I catch myself spinning my head around suddenly to see if the same light being is peeking at me again from behind a nearby tree, but it never is. Update: December 14th, 2020 now, and I'm still in that same forest. Last night, by my campfire, I shouted to the trees, "Look, you owe me an explanation. What are you? Who are you? Where did you come from? Why the hell were you peeking at me? I'd like an explanation before I die. I'm right here, okay? Show yourself." Nothing happened. Likely, it never will. During my sophomore year of college, I moved to an apartment. It was a small private development with about 20 ground-level apartments lying down both sides of the street to a cul-de-sac. We paid the owner by mail, and the only other employee was a maintenance guy named Roy. Roy would often be around doing odd chores, cutting the grass or taking care of the pool. He was friendly and often engaged residents in conversation. Just small talk. The first time I got creeped out was when we were planning a keg party at the apartment. It was coming up Friday night. Roy was out by the pool earlier in the week and struck up conversation. He made a comment. "If you're going to throw a party, make sure you don't throw a bunch of trash around the pool so I have to clean it up." I figured one of the invited guests had run their mouth and thought nothing of it. It bothered me, though, that he knew something, but he seemed cool about it. One night we were wrestling and accidentally put a foot through the plaster. It left a big 6-inch hole in the wall by the bathroom. Luckily, we had a friend that could come patch it up so we wouldn't have to bother maintenance. I was taking the garbage down and I saw Roy. He started talking and said, "You need to get that hole fixed? I can come and do it." "What hole?" I asked, feigning ignorance. "The one you knocked in the wall while horseplaying," he said. I was livid. One of my roommates had snitched us out. I told him to come by any time. I even agreed to pay him $40 for fixing it. My roommates all denied telling him. I knew that someone had because he knew about the hole. We all started comparing stories, and we discovered that Roy had caused similar weird what-the-hell moments among all of us. One guy related how he knew his sister's name, though she had never been there to visit. Another said that he had asked him about a particular brand of CD player that apparently he'd been using, but Roy knew that before he had even figured it out. He went back to his apartment and looked and just thought that was kind of weird. One day, as I was sitting on the toilet, I got an eerie feeling like I was being watched. I looked up at the cover where the fan had been, the one that had never worked since we moved in, and through the grill slates, I saw a set of eyes looking back at me. I blinked in disbelief, and they were gone. I finished up and went outside, to the attic access point. Roy met me as I was walking around the building. "Everything okay?" he asked. "Fine," I said. I knew he was the culprit. I didn't know what to say. I figured it was my word against his. I didn't say a word. I went back to my apartment and told my roommates. We covered the vents with a piece of cardboard. A couple days had passed and I saw Roy leaving the apartments. I got my roommate and we raced around the attic entrance. I wanted to see how much he could see. Upon entering, I found an elaborate plank walking board that took you all over the attic. All of our apartments were connected. I could go in any direction, and there was a place to spy on the apartment below. I quickly realized that no one's fans worked because they'd all been removed. Okay, so this happened the other night, actually. And before you say it's not scary, I invite you to literally picture this happening to you. I was awake at 2 a.m. watching YouTube videos when I heard tapping behind my head. I have one window in my bedroom that happens to be right behind the headboard of my bed. I thought that it was a bug, so I was already a little freaked out. I hate bugs, but they've been getting into my room through a hole in my window screen lately. So I decided to put my computer away and go to sleep. The tapping continues, and at this point I'm getting irritated because I just want to go the fuck to sleep. So I take a look around. It was too dark to see out my window, so I grabbed my phone to use as a light. I swear to all that is holy, I nearly had a heart attack. Right outside my window, at 2 a.m, was a fucking owl staring right at me. Despite me screaming, waving my arms, and even throwing something at the window, it just stayed, staring at me. I don't really know why, but my heart was racing. It didn't feel like an animal was looking at me. And right at my peak scaredness, it flew away. Owls, they've always creeped me out. And I've never seen one up close except for a stuffed dead owl that was on display at my old elementary school. Maybe that's why they freak me out. Either way, it was weird as fuck. My wife and I were paying our respects to friends who lost their 16-year-old son named Justin in a car accident. There were about 12 people at the house, all gathered in the living room, when we all noticed a little 3-year-old girl speaking while looking up above towards the ceiling. When her mother asked her what she was doing, she said she was speaking to Justin and pointed up above the chair. At that moment, Justin's mother let out a wail and began crying and laughing at the same time. That was Justin's chair, the place where he always sat when the family gathered in the living room. The little girl had never met Justin. Her mother was in a church group with Justin's mom. The girl kept looking up at the ceiling for another 30 seconds or so, turned to Jill, Justin's mom, and told her that Justin is fine and not to worry. Unreal. Creepy. Yeah, but in a good way.